So when I'm stop being in touch with people, it means that there's no point to be in touch. That's why I'm not. And until that moment, I will try my best. Yeah.
There's still some very good music coming out of it.
Yes, true. True. But, two and a half years after I decided they produce a success after the other. But,
Whenever. Now,
Whenever.
Do you want to leave that monitor on? Because you'll keep looking at it. That's
no, don't worry. It's okay.
Really?
Don't worry, I don't...
If you look at it more than once, I'll turn it off.
Sorry?
I said I'll make a bet. If you look at it more than once, we'll turn it off.
No, I don't look at it. It's finished. I look at you. But I have to... May I? Thank you. Okay, we'll leave it there.
We'll put it there so smoke is rising.
No.
That's a Ridley Scott trick.
Haze.
Well, it's not just the haze. He has another wonderful trick. Felix, whenever you're ready. No, exactly. I think so. Yeah, exactly.
Just in case.
It's another wonderful rhythm trick that I've seen him do so many times. I mean, just watching the films. You have a scene, you and I are talking, and there's a couple of candles here. Just before he says turn over, he blows the candle out.
And you have
see this little smoke wisping for no apparent reason, but it's just a wonderful effect. It sort of catches all right.
But in all his films,
there's smoke everywhere.
Not only, I mean, it's the way that he shoots is very, very interesting, very good.
Yeah, I know. He's a wonderful technician. A wonderful technician.
Yeah, and not to make this.
Yeah. And then you can go and sit down, Felix. Don't go far. Don't go far. No, I mean the writing music for films. I mean, it just seems to me very. I can't believe we talked about this before. I can't believe that, although I know it's true, that how quickly you wrote the music for example, for Blade Runner, and just seeing it, then away it went at your studio, which we're going to see.
Well, I mean, quickly it was not so quickly. All depends, not only from the let's say inspiration point of the composer, but the material itself, because if we keep changing the scenes, and we have to adapt the music, that can take for ages. I mean, that's the Alexander, for example, which took 1.5 years. I normally film can be done in 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, if you want. But all depends. You can say it's the amount of music, the compatibility with the director, many factors. But it's better to go as fast as possible. Stays fresh.
But I mean, I've seen you myself. I mean, I've seen you in your studio compose at extraordinary speed, and that's not with any images in front of you to inspire you. I mean, that does seem to be amazing that you just sit at this desk and suddenly a whole symphony concert, a symphony appears. In fact.
Yeah. So, what do you want to say about that?
Nothing. I mean, I'm not asking you a question.
Oh no, yeah.
I do find the whole process almost, if I say almost magical. I mean, if there is a kind of element of inspiration, of improvisation, of suddenness about it.
Yeah. Well, it's. I always ask myself this question about speed. What is fast and what is slow? And everything is relevant. And one seems to be fast, maybe for the microcosm could be very, very slow, and the contrary. And I think what is important to me actually is not to wait and to spend time from the moment of the, let's call it inspiration, or the signal, and to the point that you put it down. And because the shorter is the distance between these points, I think the most objective you can be. If you let the time and you let the thought take place and you start thinking and try to change it and try to put your how you call it, your point of view, then maybe you might end up with a result which is not as good as the immediate one. I always try to let the music first, to let the music speak. I don't want to interfere. Human interference always is second best. And as music, it's before ourselves, and it's better to follow the message. Music knows exactly what to do, as long as we let music be.
This is getting very deep philosophically. Well, that's good.
No, it's more scientific than philosophical.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, I just try to explain the function. I mean, how a human being functions. I mean, music is not our property. It's a way to express things, and it's a code. And it's what makes the universe move, shapes the universe. So I don't think we can do better. I mean, a matter of speech, you can say, yes, I have an idea, or I imagine that, or I have an inspiration, but all that are words. I think the word more accurate is to be available. And when you're available, like a radar, then the message comes. And then you have it. Now, technologically, it's hard to have it, because you can have it in your mind, but how are you going to put it, how are you going to make it real, I mean, in order to hear it. And that's why I try to develop this system, which actually gives me the opportunity, and with a lot of practice through the years, to shorten this distance and to be able to cover the complete area of musical spectrum instantly, in order not to give the excuse or the room to myself to think if it's good or not. Because I don't know. I don't want to know. That's why most of my compositions, and when I say my compositions, I don't like the word my compositions, but anyway, I hear them maybe 6 months later. I don't hear what I'm doing immediately, except of course films, that's a different thing. But talking general about music, it's better not to hear what you're doing. So when you do it, when you hear it with a distance, it's like you hear something for the first time. And then you know if the the given moment, if is a good moment, it was a good moment or not. If it functions, you can see it immediately, you can feel it. So it's a completely different approach to music, which started from the day one. I mean, since I start to understand the world with music. Actually, this is how I understand the world.
I didn't mean to get quite so philosophical quite so quickly.
Again, it's scientific.
Scientific.
Scientific, yeah.
Well, I mean, since you started off, what then do you think is the function of music? Does it have a function?
It has, I mean, the music has the function. It doesn't have functions, it's the function. Take the music out of the universe, no universe. All are details after that, all are, how you call it, all happens because of music. But then again, we have to go through the word music, we have to go through the meaning of today, what meant or what means, you know, since human being made music his own property, then treated music in a completely different way. Sometimes through that few composers, they made wonders, and you know, timeless things. But all those things are fractions, because the most of the music, it's rubbish. In every field of music, even classical music, you have some fantastic things, but some things were unbearable.
Now, I suppose, I mean, this is going to sound very trite, and I don't wish it to sound trite, but here we are in Greece, not a million miles from the Parthenon. And you could say that that's exactly what the Greeks understood music as something which expressed the universe in which they lived. However primitive that music was.
It was not, I mean...
Is that a fair, do you think?
You know, Greeks, my ancestors, they had a very, very mathematical mind. And they try to, that's why, I mean, they're timeless. They try to always, when they said something, to prove it. And to have a sense which actually, scientific sense. So science, it's as much as objective you can be. And through that way of thinking and feeling the whole thing, they find out that they knew actually that music is the first thing in the world, which shapes and makes move the world, and is completely tied to mathematics, but music gives life to mathematics. Without music, there's no life. All that maybe sounds a little bit crazy, but today, but they're not. And you see more and more and more and more. Even scientists they start to understand that in every field. And you can really learn the universe through music, because music is the code. But today, when you say music, immediately your mind goes through a piece of music, through a singer, through an opera, through anything. And all that, I mean, these are results of branches, little things of music, but not really music itself, which is the whole thing. I mean, you can talk music before sound. Before sound is music. And if you go to even to Pythagoreans and all that, which actually they find and they work with a monochord, which we don't have to go through that now. With one only string, you can define everything, and you can define the, as we say, the logos between. Now we have to answer to technology. and I won't answer to technology. Πάει και αυτό, να μην χτυπάει το τουκ μέσα. Δεν μπορώ να το πετάξει τώρα. Όχι, Λόρα, μου δεν το πετάω. Έλα.
We're picking up the transmissions. Yes. People are phoning in from all around the world.
So I was saying, yeah.
Yeah.
No, we stopped.
You were talking about the Pythagorean line containing everything. Let's go on to slightly less deep subjects. I'm sure we'll come back to that. I mean, I asked you what you thought the function of music was. It's
okay. What the function of music?
Well,
no,
I was going to say I think that the trouble is that when we say, as you quite rightly pointed out, when we say music, there's all these different sounds coming at us absolutely non-stop. The ringing of the phone,
yeah, that sounds.
Of course, that's what I meant. So I mean, as you quite rightly said, music has a much deeper and more profound, more universal harmony of the spheres, if you like, doesn't it? I mean, there's something really.
It's the creator, the creation, but the function could be fantastic or could be catastrophic. And I'm afraid that today we're going that way. We're using this incredible divine thing we call music, which is the most powerful thing today. And that's why, because it's powerful, it became so popular as a mean of communication, and it's been used from the media to influence and change things around. And through music, you can market anything you want. You know that very well. So music can be therapeutic and can be really a deadly weapon. You can't control things with music. Why we use music to everything? Why we need music? Why everybody, speak the language of music? The globe. I mean, forget the universe, just the earth. Why? I mean, you don't speak Chinese, you don't speak maybe another language, you don't speak Greek, maybe, but you speak music. Why we do that? Why we know? Why we whistle? Why we do la 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 la, even when we're 2 or 3 years old? Why I started with music 4 years old? Who taught me this? So because it's implanted on us, in everybody. So that's why when people say, I know nothing about music, they mean that I never been to school, I never learned notes, which I never did myself. And I still don't. But you can't say that you don't know about music, because music made you. Music is the strongest thing. It's as strong as oxygen. And speaks directly to your soul. Directly. That's why it's important. That's why it's not philosophical, it's scientific. And you see more and more when we're going to, after all those centuries of hibernation that humanity went through, start, even through technology today, they start slowly to understand things that our ancestors understood thousands of years before. And that's why we have to be very, very careful. I always said it, the usage, how we use music, which apparently it's a very, harmless thing, but it's not. It's not. And more and more and more there are the studies and articles about the danger of music and all this. And I don't want to go through that and what they do on the internet, and then even they get drugged with music now. It's the new drug. I mean, but that's a different thing. You can really do a lot of things with sound.
Well, of course, I mean, the perfect example of that is the use of music in ads. I mean, the music of an ad makes the ad memorable frequently. I mean, yes, it could look great. I mean, Ridley's ads always look wonderful, but what you remember is the sound.
Yeah.
Frequently what you remember is the sound. And, for example, I mean, I always have to think, was it a Fiat or whatever it was, that wonderful arrangement? What I remember is the music. It was the music that, maybe because that's what I'm interested in, but it was the music that hit me first. And then I could tell you the music before I could tell you the name of the car I'm watching, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
also, it's another thing that a piece of music, if you like it, you can hear it as many times as you want for years. How many times you can see the same image, the same film? 10, 20, 30, and then you get tired. There's nothing wrong with the film. But the music doesn't have, it's a abstract. It's immaterial. And then it works in a completely different way. It's the most accurate, actually, because an image is not accurate. An image, you can make an image. You can fool someone with an image, but with music you can't, because you hear what you hear. If you say, you take a note, any note you want, this note will be the same everywhere, it will never change. But if you take an object, you take an apple, whatever, and you film it that way, it's different, but it's like this way is different. The note is the same.
Paradoxically, of course, I mean, I'm now thinking of the opening images of Blade Runner. I mean, paradoxically, I see that image when I listen to your music. If I just listen to your music, the great opening shot going up the thing, I know immediately that image. I know what that film was about, even though I haven't seen the film before. I know what the story is. I know what the atmosphere is.
Yeah.
You know, in a strange kind of way, and it's not a word I use loosely, I know what the message is of the film, if you see what I mean. The message is very, very complicated, but the music is complicated. But paradoxically, the sound is giving me a much more multi-dimensional image than just the image on its own. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I do tribute to you and what you did, but
well, I don't know,
well, I don't expect you to say that, but the fact is that you can often, with a sound, give me a much more resonant image, if that's not mixing up the metaphors, than just the picture.
But if what
you see what I mean?
Okay, if what you say it's so, and if that happens, maybe it's because the first time that I saw this shot, I just reacted like that. This is what I was saying before.
Yeah.
That I'm not sitting down and say, okay, what am I going to do with this? And try to be, to underline something. But it's the first, of course I can underline it. We all do. I do it as well if I want. But I try not to, and I try to be as much as instinctive as possible. I mean, when I see something, immediately to react. And my first reaction, I put it down on tape and this is it. And maybe that's why, I don't know, maybe that's why you have this reaction. Because I had this reaction. It was real to me. So if it's real, as fast as possible, it's much probable to be real to you. I mean, all the contrary can be real to me, and it cannot be real to you. But I mean, I don't know if it works. Is maybe because I say maybe because of this. Because always I react, and always the let's say the 90% of the cases, everything that you hear that I wrote for soundtrack for movies. It's the first take. Is that just the first reaction? That's all. The first take, and that's it. And because I'm able to most of the times to give the complete sound spectrum. The take is this, and that's it. You don't have to go through the process of rearranging and doing things like that. It's that fresh like that. Either you got it or you don't. You didn't. It's simple as that.
You threw away a moment ago the line that when you were 4, you started to.
Well, as long as I remember.
As long as you remember. But I don't know whether you said you began to hear sounds. I'm not quite sure what you said at that point.
No, I said that from the early ages, since I remember myself, I always understood the world around me through sound, not through images. All these objects at home. I mean, like any child, I had to hit them and to get the sound, if they had the sound. For example, from the wood sound to metal sound to glass sound, and then to objects. And then from this sound, I knew the soul of the object itself. Because this is how we know things. I mean, like when you see a human being, and then, but it's something else that you see, that you know him or you don't. It's another language, and this language is, to me, sound. And each object has its own sound, his own music inside, is built with it. So this, until today, I do that. I can't understand the world without sound, through the sound.
I know you don't want to talk about it, and I won't talk about it very much, but the fact is that you have made, I hesitate, I don't know what word to use anymore, created, discovered, heard, some wonderfully constructed commercial records, I mean songs.
Yeah.
And of course, among other things, talk about Aphrodite's Child, and also the stuff you did with John Anderson.
Mm.
Now, that suggests, in spite of what you're saying, enormous discipline, because it's not easy to construct something that is 3 or 4 minutes long, is instantly memorable, and is a commercial success.
Yeah.
If you see what I mean.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not quite sure how you put those two together, and is that the reason why, in the end, Aphrodite's Child was unsatisfactory, because it wasn't allowing you to explore a wider spectrum? Do you see what I mean? Okay,
let's take it from the beginning, just to understand, because I mean, sometimes it will sound a little bit schizophrenic, the whole thing.
No.
Yeah. No, the thing is that the way that I grow up, and the way that I, as I said before, I understood the world, and my first encounter with music, the first, memories with music, always have been different. Imagine that I never grew up with the idea to become famous or to become a professional musician or to become a composer. I mean, all those things, they didn't have anything. I mean, no meaning to me. They still don't have now. But through the years, I had to do certain things in order to get somewhere and to have the facilities to do some more. Because when you grow up as a concert pianist or a singer or, a rock and roll guitarist or something like that, you don't need much. But if you go through the direction and the way that I'm doing things today, you need a lot of technology. You need your own studio. You need a lot of things. So in order to obtain and to do all that, I had to go through this music industry, which it was not the best thing for me. And I had to play the game. And to go through this music industry and you had to be successful. You have to be successful. You have to sell records. You have to, because this is the only thing this is what they're looking for. I mean, they're looking sales. And they're looking to have people to be able to sell and to be successful and to become stars, whatever stars they are. And that was a very difficult thing for me all my life, because I never play the game. I play maybe in 10-20%, but not 100% the game, which is not a very good thing for this game itself. Then, and maybe, fortunately or unfortunately, maybe I had facility to write things that we call it hits. And these hits maybe gave me the opportunity, in one hand, to get the technology and the materials and the studios I needed to build all those things. But on the other hand, it's been my biggest obstacle, because I couldn't create and I couldn't do the things I wanted to do since my childhood. I never been a good a pop star. I never been, the type of the Vangelis that they try to sell the record companies. That has been always my biggest problem. I was promoted in a different way from the one I am, really. Not because I'm not the other one, because I was doing it, but I was doing it not because that was my primary decision, is because I had to do it. Otherwise, I couldn't. Through the electronic field, I couldn't buy, all the synthesizers, and I couldn't, equip my studio with the latest technology, and I keep doing it until now, which is, a big thing. So I had to find the funding, which I always did myself, in order to create all those kind of things. And then that deprived me of another big, very important thing, which is to create out of that, or maybe to do other things. And then something else, that when you work in that field, and if you have the chance or the misfortune to be successful, then you have to repeat yourself. This is another thing that I was trying not to do, and that's why in record companies they always say that I'm very difficult, and I'm and all that is stories. I'm not difficult, but I could never follow this product kind of destiny to repeat myself and to be a soft drink or a hard drink, or a chocolate cake or something like that, the same, fast food or whatever, to repeat doing exactly the same thing. But I had to do it. And sometimes I still do it, but I can't say I'm very happy. But again, maybe what pushed the people to do that is because since day one, I create some quite big hits. So that was really the good and the bad thing.
So really what you're telling me is that, since we're talking about Aphrodite's Child, that was something which you felt you had to do, but it was not something which fulfilled you in any real creative sense? Or
no, because it was a fraction, and the fraction became my whole life. Imagine that today, if I'm going to give a concert anywhere in the world, what people would expect to hear from me? Chariots of Fire, 1492, some Johnny and Vangelis, some, maybe, I don't know, Albedo, Alpha, China, or things, albums that they bought. But that time, when I was doing those things, I was doing other things which are completely unknown. And if I give a concert by playing maybe my latest symphony, that will be a disaster. Nobody will want to know about it. So here you have someone that, he is doing things every day, but unfortunately, because of this successful, let's call it career, people are stuck to this. So then you have, when you do concerts, you must have this relation. Otherwise, no point. Could be a dramatic situation, really. And, now, if I go on stage as a product, as a successful Vangelis, then I have to play, all those kind of things. And then it will be a great concert and everybody will love it. And there's nothing wrong about it. I'm not against that. But I will never have the same enjoyment to go on stage and to play something instant, something that happened now. It will be much more, satisfactory for me. And maybe for the people, but the people, they're not prepared for that.
I must say, every time I've seen you play on concert or in film, or sometimes in the play, you never look happy when you suddenly come onto the stage, as if this is something, as you've said, which is part of what is expected of you. It's part of the product, as it were. But you never look as if because you're going to play Chariots of Fire or whatever it is, but you never look as if this is something which you are looking forward to doing.
But it's another thing that concerts are never as, how you call it?
Spontaneous?
Exactly. They're not spontaneous as they should be. A concert should be a spontaneous thing. Now, another example, if I decide to give a concert tomorrow, this is out of the question. The only way to do that is to go on the street and play immediately with a small kind of, synthesizer thing, or a piano or something, or a guitar. But if I want to do it properly with all my equipment, it's impossible. First of all, technologically, it's impossible to do it in one day. And second, if you want to give a proper concert, you have to go through an agent. You have to find dates. The theaters are booked in 2 or 3 years, or 6 months, or whatever they are booked. And then they will give you a date, which actually they must find the date, and then they have to match the date with a product. Do you have a new album out, or you don't? It's an event there, or there's something happened in your life, and in order to give the concert, yes or no. All those things, they start to complicate the whole thing. It's not spontaneous anymore. And then by the time, let's say that I say yes, and a year later, as this this date approaches, I don't feel that way. So I don't think I will be fair to the public to go there because I signed a contract to do it. Because somehow, I think we have to be honest with ourselves and with the audience. And I think that in this, let's call it business, because this is how they call it, it's very difficult because I don't think people, they're very, very happy. Although if you are so much egocentric that you have to be on stage all the time and to be applauded, then you don't care whatever happens. Or maybe you want to make so much money. Then you tour and you give maybe 150 concerts a year, so you can make a lot of money. Then you don't care about the rest, about all those kind of things I say. But if you imagine all these people that tour around, I don't think they're happy people. No matter what happens on stage, and they laugh and they they jump and they give a lot of energy and all that. I think it's a game which it doesn't contain too much honesty.
It's very uniform and very lenient and serious. For me, I like a little sparkle occasionally.
It's fascinating.
In 10 minutes we start the farting, don't worry.
It's fascinating.
It is very good, but you need a little bit the ups, the highs,
But it's a serious,
humor.
that'll come. It's a serious subject.
It's a
It's a serious
yes, it is.
subject. Sit down.
Whenever you're on.
Are you varying it a little? Are you staying at that angle? Are you varying a little?
No.
You're just staying exactly the same, because I can change it digitally.
Well, I can say exactly the same things from that time. That's
No. What I meant is we've discovered now with the new Wonder Digital that we'll fix the shot. I can do that. I can't do that. I can't make it what it wasn't, but I can change it.
yeah. This is how wide you go, like we have here.
Like this one,
Okay. I think that type of conversation doesn't need a lot. Needs here, because what else? I mean, you can, maybe there are other moments we can do other things when I start dancing and all that.
Exactly.
But for the moment, yes.
You all right? Now, I was going to say we're getting dangerously close to, and it's leaping ahead to. I don't want to make it personal at all about Peter Gill, but I mean it's getting dangerously close to semi-classics in Methodia, which was a kind of commercial event, which is why one sensed all the time that this was something which had been a wonderful idea, but now was being straitjacketed almost into promotion, if you see what I mean. And I remember the hordes of journalists who were flown in from all over the world. I also remember everybody wanting to do the interview for the record company. And finally there was that press conference which I was at, which you looked incredibly unhappy at that, I must say, and justifiably so, because that didn't have anything to do with the wonderful thing which you'd created, which was now being packaged like a block of cheese almost. You see what I mean? I mean, that's in almost the perfect example of being torn into something that you reluctantly accepted, but the reluctance was large.
I think
I'm not wishing to make it personal about Methodia or semi-classics at all.
No. But it's one thing then again that it's a little bit out of place, is that the reason that the time that I signed with Sony Classics, it's the main reason is because I was under the impression at the time that I was given the opportunity to open to the fields that actually I couldn't before, due to the record companies. And for the first time, even the name Sony Classics immediately it gives you another perspective. But that was wrong, because I think that was just a name, and the record company behaved exactly the same way if they sell hip hop, or if you sell classic, or you sell tango or Latin or rock and roll or whatever, or crossover, or everything you want. It was just a name. And although we spent a lot of effort and money and all that to do this, and everybody agreed, and you remember about what happened with Methodia. In the end, I think that the record company, they never believed that this record is commercial to their standards. And I don't think they will ever believe that. But I think it's been buried from the record company. And when I say that, I'm in a very bad position to say that, because I'm the composer, I'm the artist, as they say. And of course the artist also will blame the record company, as usual. I have the experience and a lot of other successes in my life not to say that. And I know what I'm saying. And I can judge if the record company does the right thing or the wrong thing. And I didn't expect Methodia to become a #1 record because of its content. But I never expect the company to drop it either, after all these efforts. And this is the truth. Irrespective if people, they like it, irrespective if a lot of young children, they like it. Yeah, I mean, I think that the way that I explain things now, if I was a record company man, not the artist, because what I can say that record companies, they lost it anyway, bit by bit, and they panic and they don't know what to do and all that, and they can mess up and they can bury their own product, and you know, I really don't know. But it's just a very strange game, all that thing. It's nothing to do with music.
But the good thing was that, I mean, working with those great singers, they were.
Yeah.
Talk a bit about that. What do you remember of that?
Well, you know, for works, for music like Methodia or symphonic things like that, when you use singers, it's good to have singers which the texture, the voice match when they sing together, and this was the case of Kathleen and Jesse. Marvelous singers, marvelous. But both together, they create another marvelous thing. And I think from what they say that they enjoyed it very, very much. And that's very, very important, because it's good when you work with people to enjoy what you give to them.
Take me back to another great event, which was you can sketch in as much of the background if you want, but the World Games. I mean, that was in every sense, your baby, wasn't it? I mean, staging it in that great stadium, putting up the false arches at one end, the lighting, which is amazing, the drums, the dances.
Yeah.
I mean, how long did it take you? I mean, it's an extraordinary. When you look at it, the finished tape.
It didn't take long. I was really brought to this thing. I didn't want to do it at the beginning, and then I've been asked from the minister of athleticism, culture, the same ministry, to create this kind of thing, and somehow, I just felt that after all, maybe I have to do it, and I did it. And by the time I've been proposed that was around Christmas that year, it was not an easy thing, and we started working 2 months before August. That was 1st of August 1997. So I had 2 months to prepare all those things and to build all those things, and it was really very, very, very extremely difficult situation. And
wasn't there some opposition to you putting the arches up at one end?
Oh, I had I've been through hysterical times. Through a lot of problems and obstacles and political things, and that was really, really a battle more than anything else. And the fact that in the end he was so successful, made the difference. But I don't think it's something that anybody wants to go a second time.
But you almost did with the Olympic Games. I mean, that was also, as I understand it, that the political infighting went on.
Yes. Again, all that is because, going through this, we're going to open another Pandora's box. And first of all, I believe that we lost the Olympic Games. We don't have Olympic Games anymore, real Olympic Games. We have something else, that we call it Olympic Games, but it's not what I believe, and what I think, and what the Olympic Games meant to be. So, within this new concept, I can't say anything, or I have to say a lot of things, because I don't think that I would like anymore to do. I mean, I don't think that I would like to have anything to do with the Olympic Games anymore.
No, okay, now tell me what you mean by that.
Because it's a commercial operation, and because I believe that the only point of reference left to humanity today, the gathering together every 4 years in a peaceful, in brackets, in peaceful way, is the Olympic Games. And it's maybe an opportunity every 4 years for every company and every, people, the builder or whatever, to make fortunes and to push the Olympic Games artists, like the athletes, like the record companies with the artists now, to push them to advertise their products. That's all it is, nothing else. And then, of course, it's a big discussion, because this is a big problem about doping and all that. But all this it was meant to be. How you expect today the athletes not to get drugs, the moment that the whole philosophy is to not only to get first, but to break the record and to advertise, products like shoes, like whatever, of record.
Please do.
Yeah, I mean, So it's big money behind. There's big money. So there's nothing to do. I mean, sometimes I'm not against money. We all need money, but there are some moments we have to function without this money need or philosophy, because we need points of reference, we need standards, we need something in order to be able to do all the maybe the negative, the bad, or the silly things. And then sometimes you say, okay, stop now. We're fasting. We do money fasting for 15 days or for more, and we continue again. Because I mean, I don't. I can't say more than that. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I mean, for me, it's a joke. The whole thing. How they started and how these things became.
Well, let's take two examples. The Great Olympic Hymn. I'm going to refer to that. Whatever you think of it, I think it's a wonderful hymn. Is that what you were trying to express at that moment? This sense of people coming together and some sort of celebration of humanity?
First of all, when we say Olympic Games, already we're wrong. Because the Olympic is right, game is wrong. They're not games. In Greece we apply another word, which we don't, I can't find it in the English dictionary. The word agon doesn't exist. So already by name Olympic Games, the event, games are games for also, the gladiator games or any game. It's not the same thing. It's not the same purpose. It's not the same behavior. It's not the same ideal. Although every time, when the beginning, it's the president and the other president, all presidents around, and they talk about these ideals and and all this bullshit. And it's nothing to do with that. And, maybe when I just try a little bit to do something, maybe I was trying to bring a different point of view. I mean, ridiculous, what different point of view? You can't do that. And to something that doesn't exist anymore. I mean, today, we talk always about the opening ceremony of every Olympic game, every country. To me, even if you have the best show in the world, is a show. And I don't believe that we need that for the Olympic Games. We can do that for other things. We can create great shows. But the Olympic Games is not a cabaret. It's something different. Now, if we understand the difference, and we understand the dangers, and where we're leading the whole thing from the spectacle point of view, and from the athletic point of view, how we lead the things in order to satisfy other needs, then if we don't understand that, then we're going to destroy everything. And I think we already did. Because today we talk about things that are completely irrelevant. As we said before, we said, do you like the opening ceremony of China, of Greece, of how you call it, Australia, all that? I can say yes or no, but this yes or no doesn't have anything to do with the Olympic Games. I can judge as a show, but completely outside of what the Olympic Games need. So that's why I think that I'm so totally a part of that I'm not maybe the right person to be asked this question. Because although I've been through, and I have to say something, that how I can say that the moment that I create this 97 ceremony. But this 97 ceremony was not the Olympic Games. As simple as that. Because for the Olympic Games, I would never do that. I would never have done that.
What gave you the idea for the Greek section then of Sydney?
The idea?
Yeah.
What do you mean the idea?
Well, describe it to me, because we will see it, I think.
You see, that again, this weak point is that when they ask me something official from the government, I mean, my country say, can you help us, can you do that? It's very difficult for me to say no. Although I did say no many times, but, and they came and said, okay, we have a ritual every 4 years. The country that takes the Olympics to go to the country that already hold the Olympics and to perform 10, 12 minutes of something, get the Olympic flag and bring it back to their own country. That is the ritual every 4 years. And they asked me if I can help them, I can do something about it. I know that in every case, these 10 minutes are really useless because nobody pays attention to that. The games are finished, games of course. They're mostly, drunk or, they don't give a damn. They got the medals, the gold and silvers and all that, and it's a big wow thing, and that to me it was a big challenge because I said, okay, if I say yes, okay, I can say yes, but then what I'm going to do? Because I didn't want to go there to represent my country and feel completely, ridiculous, right? If nobody pays attention, why going there, right? going through the
It's a
trouble.
long way to go to play Chariots of Fire.
Yeah.
For example.
Oh yeah, that would have been the easiest, incredible idea. Everybody could have said, "Oh yes, play Chariots of Fire." That was not the case. And my big problem was how to make a stadium, which actually, you know, is going through hell. How for 10 minutes to stop them shouting and just focus to the 12 minutes of Greece or whatever country it would have been, you know. Then I had the idea, because, you know, as you know, every time for the Olympic Games, we have the priestesses of Apollo that they, you know, in Olympia, they take the flame from the sun and they send the flame to each country. And I said that, you know, we are the only ones that we have this, so why not use it? So are the priestesses that they're going to, you know, to take the flag. It's the first time in the Olympic history that happened. That never happened before. Because no other country has this. Only Greece has that, you know. So I said that the moment that we have this, why not use it and why not, you know, organize it like this? So I built the same stage here in Greece, same stage that they had there in Sydney, and with the priestesses and with special music. I just put together this 12 minutes with a changing of the flag, you know, with the mayors, the two mayors, the mayor of Athens and the mayor of Sydney. And I said, that's it, no more. The most simple thing, you have the priestesses working in the stadium, you know, the mayor brings the flag, they take the flag and they go. You can't do it more simple than that. And I said to myself that, you know, with the priestesses and the music, either, you know, they're going to throw, you know, tomatoes and oranges and whatever objects, or they, you know, they stop shouting. And that day I sat on television. It was a, you know, I didn't go to Australia, and watched to see what's happening. Because it was going to be a disaster or not. That was very hard for them actually, because, you know, you have all these, you know, young girls in the middle of 100,000 people shouting like crazy, and then you have the music starting, and then they start, you know, walking, and very, very slow against the whole, you say in English, pandemonium?
Yeah.
Okay. And then suddenly quiet, the whole stadium. And then they went up the stairs and they did all they had to do, some, you know, some dancing, you know, ceremonial thing. They pay tribute to the flag, they throw some leaves and some olive things and laurel things to the flag. They took the flag and they left the stadium. For 10 minutes, you know, whatever, you know, was the whole thing, nothing. Incredible. And I had, you know, the mayor of Athens with tears, actually, because he couldn't believe it. And, you know, that's it. Sometimes it happens.
Film directors are, as you know, a strange bunch of people.
Yeah.
I'm being polite. I include myself. they all have different ways of working. Now,
Yeah.
You're sitting there with a film that somebody has believed in for, they will tell you, for 50 years. They've raised $100 million or whatever,
Yeah.
some ridiculous sum of money. It's finally all come down to this piece of celluloid. 9 times out of 10, and I know this, I remember talking to Olivier about Henry V.
Yeah.
He always believed that it was the music that Walton provided him with, William Walton provided him, that saved the film. I mean, that's not true. But the music often gives something gives an extra dimension. I mean, think of Bernard Herrmann and Hitchcock. Not including you because that's obvious. But the directors at that point are a pretty nervy bunch because they've spent the money, they've got the celluloid, they don't know. I mean, talking to Ridley about Blade Runner, I mean, they never knew, they never ever, and it wasn't, of course, a commercial success at the beginning, but they never knew, if now, I'm talking about the film as opposed to the soundtrack, but they never knew, the directors at that point don't know what's going to happen to their baby.
I know.
It's either going to be off that night and it's going to open and close the same day. It must be a very tense and difficult moment. I mean, how do they, the many great directors that you've worked with, I mean, how, it's impossible to characterise them all as a group, but I mean, it must be a difficult moment.
Maybe one of the reasons is difficult because it comes to the end. In music, it's it's when everybody's tired and almost penniless because they can't spend any more. They are maybe 3 or 4 times over budget. And here we come with the music. Now there are many, many difficult things. First of all, the composer itself. It's not a matter if he's a good or bad composer, it's if his decision as a composer, if he decides the right or wrong thing for the scene. It's scene, for the whole, let's say, for the whole character of the movie. That's very important. The movie is a collective work, and it's, of course, a bunch of subjective opinions and approaches. How to be objective now? That's very, very important. The only one who has to be objective, being subjective, of course, is the director. But the director, by the end of the film, is completely lost because he has to deal with politics, how to keep good things with the studio and with the actors, with the labs and all that, and it becomes almost impossible situation. And also, it's another thing which is very, very important. I found it very difficult for the final decision. Is that during the film, during the shooting of the film, and not only the shooting, but during the editing, for the right reasons, editors, they use music, not necessarily the composer's music. By doing that, many, many times, over and over and again, because you have to cut this, change that, change the other, they get used to certain things, and then this is very bad, because if you bring another music, they feel uncomfortable. It's only human. I mean, if you cut a scene maybe 30, 40 times with the music that you already chosen in order to cut it, then how are you going to dress this scene with another music? That's another big problem. Then you have the opinion of the editor, which editor and director, they're not the best friends, because the editor is another director. So they, at the end we go into the producer, and then you have the wife of the producer, the girlfriend, who says, I don't think it's quite nice, and the producer with this, you guys say, okay, cut it down, all this bullshit. So, in the end, it's a big mess. It's a big mess. And how you say that now? How you can fight this?
Described it pretty well, actually.
Yeah. So, and...
but nonetheless, I mean, if you take Ridley, for example, I mean, I think, again, you know this as well as I do, better than I do. I mean, at the end, most of the really good directors are completely unsure, not only of themselves, but of their work. So they are now, during the film, the actor is the insecure one, and the director's job is to hold his hand and say,
true.
All right. At
True.
the end of the film, it's the director who's the insecure one, and looking around for someone
True.
who can say to him,
True.
it's all right, it's all right.
You are in the middle of big, typhoon and in a ship, and you are the captain and you don't know what to do. Because in the end, look, I try to discover what happens. Of course, the only thing is to navigate around all those kind of things and to find a way not to save yourself, but to save the movie. Because the movie, the best movie in the world, it's about to sink if you're not careful. And I saw things like that with very fantastic material, and then the movie, you know, just to become nothing at all. Because there somehow you lose distance and you lose objectivity, and then you do the wrong thing by thinking that you do the right thing. And maybe after all, it's by chance that the movie gets to the final positive result, because most of the times they don't. And then, of course, even if the movie is good, maybe if the public, you know, I don't know, we say that the public is always right. But again, something that the public didn't like today, they like it maybe 5 years later.
Well, Blade Runner has taken 20 years.
Exactly. So, but again, the thing is that when you do something, to try to be as objective as possible and to try to do your best. Take in consideration a lot of things, global. Not I like my music, or I like my shot, or I like my lightings, or I like my costumes. You know, like I mean, it's the whole thing, how it works. It's a collective thing. It's very, very difficult, extremely difficult.
Of the directors,
and expensive. Difficult and expensive.
of the directors you work with, I mean, is it your experience that some really have a good ear for music, some have no ear for music? Some wouldn't know a good piece of music if you played it to them.
Let's put it in a diplomatic way.
I wasn't asking to be undiplomatic.
Yeah.
No, the fact is, I mean, as you know very well, I mean, Hitchcock, I'm told, just to take a different example, I'm told, once Hitchcock had realised how important Bernard Herrmann was, Hitchcock swore, I mean, it's in his memoir, that he finished the film, gave it to Bernard Herrmann. The next time he saw the film, as it were, was at the premiere when there was the Bernard Herrmann soundtrack. Because he thought, Bernard Herrmann, what do I know? He'll do the soundtrack. So the famous scraping violins and the stabbing thing, for example, Hitchcock had no idea what had made that sound. I mean, he had cloth ears. Yeah, I mean, he admitted it himself. So he's just giving it to someone. There are others who think they know about music.
Yeah, I mean, maybe in this case, Hitchcock, the good thing is that he knew that he can't hear music, so he let somebody else worry about it. But as you said, I mean, sometimes, you know, people that they don't hear and they think that they hear, that's very dangerous. But, you know, with composers, it's the same thing. Although I made few films, I don't believe that always music is necessary. And I don't try to place music. Sometimes, I think in many movies, even Ridley or some people, they put more music than it's or louder than that is necessary. And this comes maybe from insecurity, or comes because they don't feel that, you know, the scene it's strong enough and things like that. They just push the music in order to, and all that is because of the industry itself. The movie industry, the film industry, the music industry, the Olympic Games, it is all the same thing. Fashion, all the same. You have to deal with the industry more than what made the industry. You have to deal with the things around. I mean, like society. I mean, society, human being creates society in order to protect himself somehow, sometimes from nature or from you know, loneliness or whatever, and now he has to deal with society as an enemy. His own creation becomes, you know, the most negative thing around him. So the same thing with business, as we call it, business, show business. Can you imagine even the word show business? Show business, it just destroys everything. What we get money out of that, definitely, but we don't get the best out of the effort that thousands of people try, right or wrong, because many people are involved which they shouldn't be involved. And has the right to say who has to be involved or not. But anyway, we know that there are more creators than necessary. Creators in brackets, anyway.
There's the famous story about the first time Amadeus was shown to Sam Goldwyn Jr. They had no idea, I mean, he put up the money. They had no idea how he would react to this complicated film about Mozart. He'd never seen the play. And at the end, there was a silence while they waited for Goldwyn to speak. Nothing. He then asked for a telephone. And of course, it's before the days of mobile phones, so a telephone was brought in on a long wire, the old Hollywood long wire, and he's talking. And Milos Forman told me that he's desperately listening for any word of compliment from Sam Goldwyn. And finally, he worked out that Goldwyn was talking to a woman on the telephone about their date that evening, nothing to do with the film. But finally, the woman must have said to him, "Where are you?" "Oh," he said, "I'm in a screening room." "What have you seen?" "Well, I've just seen some film. I didn't like the film, but my God, I'm going to sign up that composer."
It's true story.
It's a true story. Well, Milos Forman swears it's true. I mean, I assume it's true. But being as diplomatic as possible, going back to what we said before, I mean, there are some who clearly respond to music and some who don't, that you've worked with.
True. Yeah, I mean, the thing that Stanley Kubrick did, respond to music in a beautiful way. Ridley, in a very strange way, he's very, I can explain, he takes the risk for some things. And he likes the unusual, not the conventional thing. I mean, according to my rapport with Ridley, with these 2 movies I made with him. But the question is that how much time the director, can spend for things like that, the moment that he has to spend for thousands of other things. I mean, it's very difficult, very, very difficult. And now you have another fashion. Did you have the musical advisor, which actually is the link between himself and the record companies in order to plug music, because films today became the vehicle to sell records, because record companies that don't sell anymore. So we have the film, so we have the musical advisors, which they're shipping around in order to get. I mean, come on, we know all those kind of things, which is nothing wrong again, but doesn't help the end situation, because always is an interest, a personal interest behind.
Since we can see your painting up behind you, tell me how and when did the painting begin?
Same time as music began. The only difference is that I kept it, let's call it secret, outside of the known, let's call it career. I didn't want to mix everything, because I wanted a field to be completely, isolated and alone to work without having to do things for certain reason. And I still, I did it all my life like that, in a very serious way, quite serious. I mean, the way, the painting is something that I can't speak, But I have enormous fulfillment and pleasure when I paint. Enormous. I mean, I could have been a painter, only a painter, not a musician, maybe, I don't know if. But, it happens to be both. But it's something that I can't explain when I'm in front of a canvas. And then it's an enormous moment. It's a responsibility, what I'm going to do. And if I do it like this, maybe I won't do nothing. It's just like, boom, I go in and like the way I'm doing music, I don't know what I'm going to do. And like this painting that you mentioned, you saw, it happens, boom, like that. And that's it. But I don't want to impose to anybody, because that's a quite personal thing. Music is not personal. If you approach it the way that I mentioned before, it's not personal. But painting is personal, very personal. So I didn't want to impose anything. It's a pleasure. I could have made it a commercial thing, a job, something. But I didn't, and I think it was very good that I didn't. Until maybe a few years ago, that rightly or wrongly, I decided to give the permission for an exhibition. That's all. But I don't know if I did it the right thing or the wrong thing.
You want something?
No, I'm fine. Thank you. Brilliant.
I will take the glasses off. We don't need them. You want to see it?
Oh, it's a top. I wonder what it was.
How you call it?
Top. Yeah.
Top.
Spinning top.
Spinning top.
Spinning top.
And this is the spinning topic. Topic comes from top?
Yeah. No, but it's an interesting pun. No, but it's an interesting pun.
See?
Perfect.
I spend hours like that. I spend hours and I spin hours.
Spin hours. Not a pun.
I try to improve my English.
Your English is impeccable.
Oh, no. Terrible. I have a big problem. Big trouble. I tell you. Because the things, I have to say, they're very difficult. And I can't find the right words. And it's a big pain. So I won't keep that here, right? You don't need that.
Better not.
Can you zoom a little bit to see me without glasses?
Yeah, zoom in.
Zoom, make a... I just changed base today and it doesn't feel, the right thing for me. Yes.
That's very distinguished.
Yes. Okay.
Well,
Okay, George. Let's go.
lights, action.
Yeah. When you're ready, Mr.
When close-ups after lunch.
No, you remember the joke
No,
with
tell
all
me.
the cameras that
Yeah.
no cameras, this explosion, all the cameras are off.
Oh.
And this one, the last hope. When you're ready.
Well, there's a
That was with the mill, no?
Yeah, it was DeMille. There's a wonderful story, though. There's a wonderful story Richard Burton tells about, we were talking about Cleopatra yesterday,
Yeah.
and it was the entrance of Cleopatra and where she first sees Mark Antony.
Oh, in Rome.
Yeah, in Rome. And she comes on an elephant. And at first Elizabeth had to be convinced that it was completely safe to be on top of that elephant. So she's strapped onto the elephant. You can't see it. So there's no way she can fall off. I mean, the elephant...
Only the elephant can fall.
The elephant fall off, but she could not possibly fall off. And they rehearsed and rehearsed and rehearsed this scene of day after, without her, of course, a day after, get the elephants to come on. And of course there are lots of dancing girls who are kind of doing this. And they had to have zebras. Well, there weren't any zebras that were tame, so they had horses which they had to paint.
To paint
black
zebras,
and white
yeah,
and so on.
with pyjamas.
Exactly. So, I mean, this has gone on for day after day after day. Finally, they're absolutely ready. Finally, Elizabeth is persuaded to get up onto the elephant. So she's now on the elephant, and the horses have been, and it's boiling hot because it's in Rome. Horses have been painted black and white, and the paint is already starting to run, so they're in panic, you're going to have stripy, really stripy horse zebras and so on. And they've got cameras absolutely everywhere because they realise they probably could only do this once, you see. So now everything is ready. And Mankiewicz is up on a very high tower. Richard Burton is standing there looking imperious. Elizabeth comes on, shaking with fear on top of this elephant, but trying to smile at the same time. And of course, she's got an enormous head.
It's an enormous head.
Ever to get ready, so it's just mad.
Which actually the head is a little bit tilted. It's not. I know. I remember the scene. Yes.
Anyway, so now that everything is going. Roll on, you see, and you've got 10 cameras everywhere, every conceivable angle to do everything, you see. And Mankiewicz is up the top just trying to watch it, and he cast 1,000, zebras, paints running and everything. And suddenly he leans forward, according to Richard Burton. It was going perfectly as far as Richard Burton could see. And he heard this enormous voice saying, "Cut! Cut!" So they have to stop the elephant, does this, and then there's this swaying like this.
And why? What happened?
In the crowd, for the 4 days they'd rehearsed it, there was a guy selling ice creams, and he didn't realise it was a take.
No.
So you see in the master shot a guy in the background selling ice creams. So it took another 4 days to persuade Elizabeth to get back up on the elephant.
Shit.
Because they couldn't turn the elephant around.
What happened to the guy?
I think he probably was put into the ice cream mix.
Because at the time they didn't have computers, so everything was real.
They had to do it again. Good story, that.
Yes, I was thinking to go for a pee or to continue and maybe cut and have a pee.
Up to you.
No, let's start and then we have a pee.
All right.
Pee time.
Have a pee break.
Pee break.
Pee break, as opposed to a tea break. Yes, right. Roland?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, let's go from the ridiculous to the sublime and go back to what we were talking about at lunchtime. I mean,
Oh, you want to do that?
well, I mean, we began to talk about it. It's a very, very interesting subject. I
So
mean,
what do you want me to say?
well, I don't want you to say anything, I think. I mean,
What am I doing here?
It's very hard to make films about people.
Yes, it is.
So you question why you're doing it.
I mean, I question when I'm doing it according to what what I'm thinking about all those things. But by saying that, I mean it's really, really more difficult and more ridiculous because, in one hand, I don't like doing that, and the other hand, I'm doing it. So it's a little bit contradictory, isn't it? And of course, you know that for 9 years we've been discussing it since we've met, and the answer was not, positive, right?
Well, it was neither one thing.
Nothing against you, just So I don't know.
I think there's an interesting.
Talking about myself is not easy. Talking about other things, it's easier, but then you have to go into heavy stuff, serious stuff and all that, and because otherwise, we do a pleasant blah blah without interest. And you see, I don't want to. I don't like to criticize anybody, but I won't accept, to be thrown at me all this garbage, all this trash, right, deliberately, and I can't accept that. I mean, I can't say not to me, to you, to everybody. I mean, I'm not judging, but I don't accept taking as well everything that's going on around, which is not very pleasant. I mean, we're talking about real stuff, not talking about light conversation, So, and talking about the real stuff, then you become boring or negative because people they don't want to hear things like this. So, I was thinking that if I'm doing this to promote myself, then it's useless because I don't want to promote anything. If you want to do that because I have to say a few things, then those things are not so pleasant. So, as we said before, it's to be or not to be. This is the question. You know, it's to say or not to say things. In that sense. But anyway, maybe we shouldn't get into that. It's just I have to make this remark because I just felt it like that. You know. That's it.
Let's come back to it. One thing we began to talk about last night, just as I was going,
Yeah.
we started to talk about in relation to the drums and the reeds that I saw.
Yeah.
Where's
the microphone? Oh.
Who's that? There's
Yeah.
another one over there.
Yeah.
I said, if you think of Greek folk music, you think of bouzouki. And one of the remarkable things about many of the things of yours that I've heard and seen is this is a different, not folk music, but a different tradition of almost ancient Greek music, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
How has this image come about that Greek folk music is just bouzouki?
Well, here we are again. I have to talk for things that maybe I shouldn't because I can't fight this unfortunate situation that happens, you know, and all this epidemical bouzouki, you know, era, and you can't go against, you know, let's say 10 million people that they listen to the bouzouki, you know, all day today. You know. But and it's better not to go through it because it won't be a very pleasant discussion. But anyway, I don't believe that you know, whatever happens, this music. It's the ethnic music of Greece. Definitely, it's one areas and periods music. But maybe became a little bit more, not important, but more used than it should be. There are other things very, very important, which gradually they don't get the same treatment and they die and you know, they get transformed. I mean, some extraordinary riches in different areas of Greece. Ethnic music, incredible ethnic music, very ancient, much older than the current popular music. But anyway, I mean, it's better for me not to go deeper to that, hoping that there are some other occasions, maybe later, that, you know, the music will be developed in a different way than the one that is happening today.
Okay, but I mean a lot of music that I hear, when I hear your music, I hear something else which tells me that it's of Greece.
Yeah.
Euthodea's perfect
Yeah.
example. Doesn't sound like bouzouki music. I mean, I'm caricaturing bouzouki music.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I wondered where that interest came from and how you developed it.
I mean, even the bouzouki music, the one that you mentioned, and you know, even the name, which comes from an instrument, is because it was promoted to you, but nothing else has been promoted to you. Nothing else has been promoted out of Greece except that, and that happened, you know, since the 50s, from the Never Sunday, which Greece, you know, had a big success in Cannes. Then all the, let's say, this kind of image, semi-touristic, semi anyway, starts to build, and then Greece became, you know, known like this. It was a like a mark. So that's why you know, and that's why we talk about it. But there are other things, very, very important, very noble, which they never had the same chance. And still today they don't have the same chance. I mean, when I touch the area of ethnic music and ancient music, I will go straight to the oldest memory which I can reach. And I'm very, very, very concerned about, not only about my country, but about every country. And to preserve the roots and this ethnic richness because it's very, very important for each country. And I remember in Paris, very early 70s, I've been trying to convince the record companies to invest and to be interested in that type of, that area of music, the ethnic, what we call ethnic today. That was early 70s, maybe 71, 72, something like that. And of course nobody was interested, especially, you know, in talking about ethnic music in France, because of the colonies, like you have in England. They had a lot of colonies in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, you know, they had access to the African folklore, which is really superb, very, very rich and extraordinary, great quality. And I've met a lot of African people, which actually they sang, you know, in an extraordinary way, something that became very, very known and create big hits during the, you know, the late 80s to the 90s. But all this period, nothing, because nobody was interested in ethnic music. I remember one of the things that I like when I work with Ridley in Blade Runner is because Ridley it wasn't against to use ethnic perfume, ethnic you know, sound to Blade Runner, and I was quite very, very happy, which I did, but nothing happened again. Until, you know, until late 80s, which actually the ethnic thing started, and now sometimes the ethnic became also sometimes not serious, because, you know, whatever happens every time, you know, becomes a little bit, he loses his strength, and they overdo it, and, you know, some things happen without the proper quality. But to go back to the first thing we said, I believe that the strongest thing for each country is the roots and the ethnic memory, the ancient. I do it by instinct. I never sat down and say what is the most important to do this or to do that. Came naturally to me, and when I perform and when I do those kind of things, the reaction of the people is extraordinary, because it hits, you know, to some very hidden places in their souls, maybe, and you have this extraordinary reaction. I mean, I'm talking, maybe, you know, I gave an example for my country, but I mean, every country is exactly the same thing, and they should treasure that, instead of copying, you know, the current fashion, and this current fashion also carries a lot of unnecessary, between brackets, goods.
I mean, it comes back down, it comes again to the subject we talked about a lot yesterday, and very interestingly, about commercialization is too simple. But every tourist that gets off a plane at the airport here, they think street music, they think bouzouki.
All right.
For reasons that we...
Yeah, Parisians accordion, and Scotland the pipes, and, you know, okay, yeah, I know.
But that, what you're saying is, if I understand it correctly, is in a very real sense, that does damage to the ancient roots, if you like.
For some reason, they don't. To me, they don't match. And hearing the music that's happening here in Greece, and looking through the whole, I mean, the whole civilization, they don't match those kind of things. I don't know. But again, you know, I'm trying not to say things instead of saying things, and then we go in a middle way again. Because if I go all the way, maybe I shouldn't, because, you know, then we open really the Pandora's box.
Well,
and maybe we shouldn't.
Peek inside the lid if we don't open it completely.
Yeah. It's always a reason why, because things happen. Things that don't happen because they happen. They happen because it's a reason. Sometimes because they've been prepared years ago, or because for many natural reasons. And I mean, even when I say natural reasons, not from nature, from reasons that it's like a chain, one comes after the other. And I don't know if that subject anyway interests anybody to talk about why in Greece that happens today and what in Spain or what in France. Or, I mean, maybe there's subjects which maybe we have to make a special talk about the issue and then start to analyze thoroughly each every point, you know, to be understood, because like this, again, I will sound like I'm criticizing things. I'm not. I'm just analyzing.
It doesn't sound like criticism.
Well,
I think you worry about that too much. It really doesn't sound like criticism. But again, I go back to my main point, which is that I think when you listen to your music, take the march in the World Games thing that I want to use. I mean, that is an unmistakable sound of Greece, but it doesn't sound like Bouzouki's. It does sound like you, but it also sounds like something from a far distant memory, if you see what I mean, which has been brought to life. And I think that achievement, which is yours, is something which should be celebrated. As simple as that.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, that's my feeling about it. I'm just curious to know. We got that wonderful bit of film now that you provided with the drums, with the reeds.
Yeah.
Now, that's a conscious attempt to do something, if you see what I mean. And I'm just curious how you got to that point.
Well, I think I got to that point by memory, because I always said, the few times that I spoke out, that, you know, memory is a very important thing, and we learn more by memory than by learning if we go to school, because we think that we learn, but only we remember what we know already. That's very, very important thing. You see, you think that you learn that. I mean, yes, we can learn some details, but the important things we know. The only thing is that we don't remember those things because the system doesn't allow us to remember anything of those kind of things. If you remember, you're going to find out that you know more than you think you know. And through maybe this memory path, I felt the way I felt, and how can I put it? Also, you know, as I said before, the moment that happens, it's like everybody agrees that something is moving there, and it's normal because it's ancient, and it's extremely important. Not because it's ancient, because the more ancient something is, the more yours is. What is ours? Ours is something that lasts forever. I mean, forever, but, you know, the ever in this case, when the moment is now, the ever is the past, where we come from. And that's very, very important. Something that deliberately today the system tried to cut us off. So that's extremely important, very, very important. But anyway, you know, what else I can say?
Let's change tack and keep that in the memory bank.
In the memory bank, yes. Okay.
Can I be very personal and ask you about your father? Seems to me, from what I know, from little you told me, and what I read.
My father? Well, then we're going to the personal area now that I don't think interests anybody.
Well, it interests.
Well, simple.
Father was. You tell me.
Well, the only thing I can say about my parents is that I had the chance to have wonderful parents. people that, you know, very, very noble and very, very honest and very nice people. And, you know, both they liked very much the arts. My father was not an artist, but my father loved, you know, the music, and we used to go to concerts and things like that together. My mother, she was playing the piano. That's why, you know, I found the piano, this you know, piano at home, and then she was a mezzo soprano, which she never, of course, became professional, because at the time it was not seen very well to be an artist. You know, this society rules, right? And that's it. And they never stopped me by doing things that I would like to do. Partly because they've been very sensitive, and partly because I started so early and I never gave them a chance for something else. So that was obvious when they see, you know, a child, you know, just start to play its own compositions at the age of 3 to 4, I can't remember. It was, you know, it was very difficult to say to this child, don't do that. And also because partly they, you know, they've been music lovers and art lovers and all that. I think this is what I have to say, which is the essence of my parents, and I'm very glad and grateful to have parents like this. Of course, I don't have them anymore, but, you know.
But it's interesting, your father wasn't a musician.
No, he was not a musician, but, you know, he was really very, very front to the, you know, to music and all that.
What did he do?
He was I don't know the name actually, how to say it in English. We do a playback to this. Where do we find the name?
When you remember the name?
Well, I remember the, you know, the title. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah.
And your brother, who we see in the film.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew that you had a brother, but he's dealing with the fabrics, isn't he?
No. My brother also. It's very artistic. It's. He went to the music school. He used to play the piano, and is good on, you know, with drawing and with. He did a lot of interior decoration and things. I mean, whatever he does is very, very artistic and very sensitive. And he's been into music business as well.
You never started a group, the two of you?
No, we played a little bit together, just, you know, sometimes. He used to play a little bit the percussions, but no.
Every bit of film you showed us yesterday that included you, especially infamously the press conference, the press conference.
Oh, yes.
You looked very unhappy and very uncomfortable, I think is the word.
Well, I'm always uncomfortable when I have, you know, I'm in front of a camera and I have to say things like I am now. Don't think I'm not. But especially that time I was very unhappy because I had a lot of problems. I mean, incredible. But again, it's something that I don't want to talk about because it's very unpleasant. I've been through hell. I almost never. We risked not to perform. It was really. I was really put against, incredible. I can explain.
Pressure.
Yes, underground as well. A lot of things. Sabotage, things like that. Some people didn't want to happen. This thing. But anyway, it's very unpleasant to talk about that. I mean, the thing is that Mythodia happened and it was a great success, and I don't want to say any more. You have now the videotape.
I wasn't wanting to pry into those problems, but it was just I was trying to get you back to this business of cameras and talking about yourself and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
Which is obviously painful for you in some ways.
Yes, it is painful. It is painful because I think yesterday we mentioned about live performances and things like that. And the most difficult, talking about the live performance, is that the two sides, they have the same goal, the same motivation. It doesn't happen because my goal and motivation very rarely agrees with the goal and motivation of the other side, which organized the concert. And these two things, they clash, because I don't think commercial. I think just in a completely different terms, and the squeeze in a different terms for other, for maybe unnecessary reasons, which I'm not concerned. So these two things, they're about not to happen. It's not a question of being difficult or being, complicated and all that. It's very, very simple. I think that whatever happens, the two sides, they have to have the same direction. And this doesn't happen, you know very well it doesn't happen in this business. Except, of course, if you have people that they are so egocentric and they have so much need to be promoted and need to be shown and need to move their asses on stage, and to demand success and demand, to impose things in a very, very aggressive way. Then, in this case, they go really very well with the other side, and they do whatever they do. I don't want to mention names again, but that's not what it means. Then both they're accomplished, as we say. Yeah.
But I think you also have to face the fact that the music should speak for itself. The painting should speak for themselves. It's impertinent to quiz someone and say, what does that piece of music mean, or what does that painting mean? Because if you knew, you'd write it down in words rather than do it, if you see what I mean.
I don't think I would have done, if I knew, I don't think I would have been able to do it. How do I know? Even knowing, we say knowing. We say, I know this. What do we mean when we say I know this? We never, we start thinking, in which way you know what you say that you know. And I don't want to go deeper to that, but again, it's something that, and very, very easy we say, we know, but we don't know. Or maybe what we know, we don't think that we know. It's very complicated. And I'm not trying to be complicated, but through the years, many, many simple things, they become very complicated because we don't mean what we're saying. And we don't say what we mean. And that creates a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble. We think that a lot of things are necessary, which are totally unnecessary. We spend fortunes on unnecessary things. I remember one thing of, Socrates, which somebody saw Socrates in the marketplace. Says, what are you doing here? I say, you can't imagine how happy I am to see what I don't need. Right. Okay, you see what I mean? But even you don't have to go as far as that, but 80% of the things that we've been asked to buy every day, those things are unnecessary. And if we don't buy, we feel insecure because we don't have. You see, it's crazy to feel insecure because you don't have the unnecessary. That's crazy, you think. Once you possess the unnecessary, then you feel secure with unnecessary things. Schizophrenia, isn't it? That sometimes I do it myself, it's I'm not criticizing anything. I just, Anyway.
It's what's fascinating both yesterday and today is to actually talk about music but you started it off yesterday. I was going to say talking about music in a philosophical way. Mm. But you quite rightly said, that I'm caricaturing it now, you said it much more eloquently, but there is a music about us, there's a music about our being, there's a music about our souls, as it were.
Mhm.
So we're trying to find a way to communicate that. But it is very unusual to talk about music in purely philosophical terms. I think it's important. I'm
yeah,
not
it is unusual, because when you have so many centuries that the music became what it became, for the right or the wrong reasons, the music became what it became because the music has been treated like that, and it's been treated because the human beings, through the years, they've been brought up in that way. At least I'm talking about the Western civilization, if you want. You know, there are other countries that they still keep a different approach to music, like India, for example, that they play different music, you know, in the morning, you know, different in the evening, different in the night, and for us that it's you know, it sounds quite crazy. I mean, quite unusual. But if deeper we go into the music and the whole mechanism and how it works, we're going to find out that it's something extremely important and quite different from the one that we think it is. Do we want it or not? We are surrounded and covered by music. We're made by music. Now, what we do with music is it's the mirror of our present state. The way that we treat in music, if we know how to read that, immediately we know the state of the human being, the moment that you know that this event happens. For example, today we have this music, we put the music down, we don't have to see the people. And by reading this, analyzing this, we know in what situation these people are. The music, it's just, you know, a code. Not a code by itself, but it's another code the moment that the people manufacture music. Because we manufacture music as well. It's not only we made by music, but we manufacture. But we manufacture music in a different way. And this different way, by analyzing it, we can see the state of each, you know, period, human beings, you know, civilization and all that. But that's a different approach, and it needs a lot of maybe seminaries to, you know, to explain.
Well, we're not doing too badly. Yeah. So, I mean, really what you're saying is that if you want to know about a people at a particular time or a civilization at a particular time,
go to music, to their music.
Yeah, and so the corollary of that is that if you looked around at what, well, I'm sorry to keep going back to the Bazookies, if you, as it were, heard the Bazookies, that tells you a lot about Greek society, which is not anciently truthful.
Yeah, well, let's put that. Let's put that way. It's not up to me to criticize that, but history in the future will analyze by that music what state was Greece today, or England today, or Spain today, or France today, or maybe 50 or 100 years ago, or maybe 500 years ago, and then maybe you can predict in the future what's going to happen. Which sometimes today is a little bit difficult to predict because of this uniformity that happens. Because it doesn't allow each country to develop itself. All the influences and the pressures, which change the whole situation.
But then it's not a very pretty picture.
Pretty picture? No, I don't think so. No, it's not. It's not because it's false. It's manufactured. That's the problem. It's the manufactured thing. And what we do, it's like against the human itself. Because the primary reason is money, how to make money, how to impress and how to make money. Money, 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 money. And the question is, yes, but what are we going to do with that money? Maybe the answer is maybe we can't, we need. But to monopolize the whole humanity and to put it at the the money boot, I think this is something that destroys more than anything else. It's not me to say that. You see around you what's happening. The motivation, even young people, 15 years old, the only thing they want is money. Be famous and money. Now, how to get money, that's another thing. How to be famous is another thing. What you have to do in order to get that, that's the big thing. True or not? People that they have properties and they get, you know, the
landlord. No.
Landlord, yes, landlord.
He was oh, I thought he was a landlord.
Landlord, yes, that's...
Okay. Well,
yeah, I can go back and say that.
Okay, well, let me come back to it when we go, because this is important what we're saying. Now, this is now really coming back to what we were talking about lunchtime, because the thing that is absolutely despicable, and I can be critical even if you don't want to be, but the thing that is absolutely despicable and unforgivable about present society is the cult of the personality, the desire to be famous. It's not famous for 15 minutes. I mean, look at these ridiculous reality shows on television, you know, Big Brother and all that. I'm sure they're terribly nice people, but they're put in a situation that's completely artificial. They do it in order to become famous. Now, I mean, they have no, they're only famous for being famous. Paris Hilton, take an obvious example.
Okay,
I mean,
but
that is A, despicable in my book, but also, I mean, that's the end of any real value about the human personality, it seems to me.
But this is the point, the end of the real value. And we have to achieve the end of the real value, because then we can rule in a much easier way. The thing is that...
Sorry, what do you mean by that?
By destroying all that, then you can rule the masses better, easier. The thing is that it's the vicious circle, because the education, I mean, we are educated by the television and by the, you know, all the you know, the medias and all that, in order to like and to accept that. Most of the things we like today, as we said before, are unnecessary. So what you don't like, you said you don't like this, you don't like that, and that's terrible, is that what has been promoted for years. I mean, a kid today, 10 or 15 years old, I mean, or even before that, 8 or 5, what they watch on television, what they want to become stars. They don't know what that is. And it's a very, very immoral. In one hand, of course, what you have two big factors. The one is the vanity, which comes from the artistic side, if you want the artist between brackets, and the greed, which comes from the business side. Now, vanity and greed, they're so, you know, they really like brothers and sisters, like lovers. They love each other. Put vanity and greed, and you become really famous. And the vanity is provided by the artistic side, and the greed is provided by the business side. And they agree totally. And that's why, I mean, whatever big you agree or disagree, is a reason that happens. And the reason that happens is because people like it. And then you can't fight that. I mean, that's why I'm saying is to go out and say what you're doing is wrong. Even if it's wrong, the moment that they like it, what are you going to say? In a democratic way, which I'm great, you know, right? And democracy is very important, is wrong. I mean, because, I mean, democracy says this. I mean, you know, and if, you know, the people want that, they want this. Maybe they're wrong, you know, but how you can stop this? You can stop it, of course, with education. The only way is education, but the education, again, it's somehow geared, it's arranged in order to bring those kind of things. Because it's the wrong education, although they pretend it's right education. But that's an enormous issue that we can't go now. I mean, it's not the type of discussion. But the only remedy is education. It's not to stop things and not to permit things and not to ban things or to censorship and all that. That's even worse. is not to have the need to do that. How you can educate people not to smoke? You can't. It's just the people not to have the need to smoke. For instance, without saying smoke is good or bad. Of course we know for the health is bad. And it's ridiculous. See people smoking, for example, after maybe 100 years in film, you say what they're doing, they got fire. Yeah, it's bad. It's been promoted and promoted and promoted for years because, and of course, it becomes like a drug. And people like it. And of course, it's, you know, I like to smoke a cigar after dinner. That's a different type of thing. Of course, it's not smoking all day. But, and I made the point about smoking, just an example. All the things are like this. And even talking about music, I don't think they're going to like what I'm going to say, but from the 60s, the sex, drugs, and rock and roll situation, I mean, which became, you know, a just turning point, a social turning point, I don't have to say, you know, the results. You can tell me before I tell you what's happening. Or this incredible marketing that started from England.
I knew it was our fault.
No, it's not a question of fault.
No,
You know, and how many mediocre guys, I mean, you know, became famous by selling nothing, and give the example to kids in order, you know, they're old now and they're doing exactly the ridiculous same thing. But I mean, you know, the kids where they have to do something, to react, and you know, they I don't want to go into details. Things that I lived because, you know, I spent a long time in England. But I mean, you know, it's madness what's happening. In order to impress, to influence, to impose, and to make money. And most of these guys in these groups that don't have money, I mean, some other people that have the money, you know that as well. And through that is drugs, it's the way of the behavior, everything. And I'm saying, I'm not judging anything, but we're complaining, everybody does, that things don't go the way that they should go. And I'm asking, I mean, why they don't go? Maybe this is one of the reasons that they don't go, because there you see a kind of, through the music, with this behavior, it's a kind of education as well. You educate the kids when you go to a concert. You educate the kids when you make a film. You educate when you make a television program. And you semi-educate anymore the kids when you go to school. The families are already contaminated. So you see, we're going through the unpleasant stuff again. And
No, I don't think, I mean, I know you feel that, and I don't feel this at all, because I mean, the world of television has the same problem, which it cannot seem to want to resolve, that when you were talking about music. I mean, the arts on television have so diminished to the extent that, as it were, personality shows have increased. So that all television, I mean, the people who run the television, who make money from the ads, all they are interested in is, oh, let's have these meaningless, vacuous, pointless personality exercises, so that television no longer occupies the position of helping towards an understanding or helping towards an education that it did certainly when I started. It's now an uphill struggle to get that kind of material onto television because it prefers, as it were, Big Brother. I'm just using Big Brother as an example. So I mean, it isn't only the music world which is forced.
No, it's everything. Yeah. But it's another, you know, it's one phrase that I totally disagree, because it's so easy to come out. Because when we say things and we complain or criticize, you know, certain things on television and music or any kind of area, they say, but we give people what they want. And I think it's totally immoral and wrong to say that, because we push people and we educate people to give them what we want. But it appears that this is what people want, which actually in the end maybe this is what they want, but in order to get there, to want this, they didn't get there alone. Somebody worked and pushed in order to form a kind of public which can sell rubbish. And this rubbish, it's something which is unhealthy, which doesn't make the human being better, because after all, what is the purpose of art? To make people better, not some another silly phrase that people say, I represent, or I'm inspired by my the current situation, the problems of things. I mean, what's better to express that? The television and the newspapers, better than any artist in the world. The artist is there to give something which is timeless, and to make you feel better, and to cure all the, to clean you like a filter from all the bad things, and let the other stuff to do to be, let's say to talk about the current things. I'm expressing, my time. So if, you have people killing, then you kill. No, I tell you, it's one thing that I will never forget, and I'll never forget especially what happened a few days ago. Back in England, in London, I had a discussion with some friends, and that was mid-70s. And I think something, it was exhibited at the National Gallery that was totally, stupid, and, things in order to create impression, to impress people, because this is the point now, to impress, not to, how can I explain, to inspire, but to impress. That's a big difference between inspire someone and to impress someone. So I was getting really, upset and tired and angry about all this discussion. Say, listen, guys, I mean, why are you going around all the time to impress? That's one thing to impress. Let's do it and finish with it. Go to a morgue, take some corpse, throw it in the gallery, and don't talk about it. And then that you reach maybe the top of impression, right? Of course, I could have done that. I could have been in prison maybe at the time, and then I could have been very, very famous, right? Now, unfortunately, you have one of the biggest names in England, which does almost that. And you know the name, I don't say the name. And he takes millions of pounds for this. You see, it's easy to be rich like that, but then it's a kind of self-respect. So I'm talking about 75. And it's exactly the same thing that's happening today, that 2008. And for me, when I said this, it was just like a reaction, knowing that there's nothing else you can do. Because I saw a guy, cutting himself, on stage and walking in a white corridor and with blood. That's art. See what I mean? Or make, another lady which transforms her face, and she's been paid for that in order to become a monster. And all the kids that they have holes everywhere. And it reminds me of the Scorpio, that you put it in a round of fire, and then it commits suicide. You know that what the Scorpio does. It's exactly the same thing with society now. We are really surrounded by crap, and we try to harm ourselves. So I will never forget this discussion I had. And then after all this time, I said to myself, if I should have done it, then I could have been very rich today. But really, it's pathetic.
I think the key phrase there was self-respect. It's the sort of denial of self-respect almost, isn't it? To pursue that.
Why to impress? Why try to impress? you go to art galleries today and you see crap, 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 crap. And that's one thing, because let's say that everybody is allowed, I don't know if he's allowed, but let's say he's allowed to do whatever he likes. The other guy that promotes that, then that's, that the difficult thing starts, and something that you can criticize, not the guy that does it, but the guy that tries to sell it. And the whole organization around this crap, to sell that, to impose this like the new art, and if you don't like that, then you are the stupid one, because you are very conservative. You see? And in order not to be conservative, you have to, to go to this far, which doesn't serve anything except an impression and except the guy that will going to put the money in his pocket.
Now, you could say, I mean, you hinted at it there, or you didn't use the phrase. I mean, you could say that the whole ethos of plastic surgery is doing exactly that, isn't it? I mean, it's deforming something.
But again, you do it to yourself. And this is another thing, that 90% of the operations in every hospital all over the world are this type of operations. Suddenly, okay, we know that women, they carry this insecurity of beauty and all that, but to that extent, it's incredible. There's been a lot of promotion. There have been films on television and serials like that. So, that's whatever way we can make money, let's make the money. The costs, I mean, the human cost doesn't matter. And this is actually the big irony and hypocrisy. Because on the other hand, we say we care about the people. How we care about the people? We don't care about our own children. We give them this junk every day. How we can care about it? All these filmmakers, the producers, all these films, they have children. How they can produce films like that? But they have, of course, the censorship. And then you have really to say, yes, but I can't cut the hand or I cut the throat and all that. Yeah, but that's hypocritical. The whole system is there, to make you feel dumb completely, and
You obviously feel very, very, I think angry is the word about it.
Yes, yes. Sometimes I feel angry because of the hypocrisy, and because with these unnecessary discussions after dinner, sometimes, and people trying to be clever and to go into the center of the problem, all this bullshit, and nobody does nothing, because there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. The more we go deeper, there's nothing you can do. So
I want to relate that back to you mentioned it yesterday, and then you shied away from it slightly. That, as you said, making films is a kind of collective art.
mm-hmm.
No, you didn't use the word art. It's a collective enterprise making
Mm-hmm.
a film, and it would not be true to say, I don't think, that a film that works more by luck than judgment. But a film that really works, there's one imagination which is driving it forward, and hopefully, in spite of this sort of collectiveness, gets there in the end, however inadequately in terms of their vision. Now, just thinking about that as a general idea, I mean, tell me anything that you want, really, about any of the experiences that you've had in making films that seems to work against that, and the problems that, I mean, you mentioned. I think you can talk about Oliver and
I'll tell you,
that's a perfect example.
I'll tell you a general impression. I don't dislike working on films, although it's a very, very painful situation. And it's painful because of all those kind of things, because it's not simple. It's also contains all the things around, all the pressures, because everybody is under pressure. And the film is a very, very, very difficult business, because first of all it costs a lot of money, and many things are there on stake. So already the people that are working for a film, they're really in a great pressure. This is what I feel. And through the whole films, I mean, every film I've done is the same situation, more and less. All the rest, it's irrelevant. If, for example, this director is more sympathetic than the other one, or a little bit more aggressive, or the other softer, or maybe, you know, things like this are not important. What is important is once you enter in that area of being part of a film, then you enter into a ring. And you can, you know, you have to take all this, you know, punches that happens every day, and you have to sail around all these pressures and problems, the everyday problems that can happen from, you know, something, a stupid thing, or something that nobody thought, or maybe a mistake, or something like that. You don't have the time, and this is how I can really characterize the area of working in a film. Now, of course, each film has his moments, stories, you know, you can laugh, you know, but it's not an unpleasant situation, because you can see something coming out. This is good. But again, sometimes too manufactured, because people, they don't know that when they see a film, nothing is real, and everything is real in the end. Say good morning, and this tick 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 is in one track, which didn't happen at the same time. The good morning is not the same time that, you know, is dubbed, and, you know, the air and the mosquito that in the room is added, and things like that. So that's very nice when it happens and you make it. But it's really, you know, nothing is real. There's nothing wrong with it. Nothing is real. But it's, you know, sometimes it's funny. Yeah. I don't say that I didn't like. I mean, I don't like working on films, and I have a bitter. Not at all. I mean, you know, and I've had a really problem with any director. Is an experience, and it's experience in many ways. And it changed from being alone and working alone. But what else I can say? Then we have to take film by film and go and mention things that they're not important. Anyway.
Well, you might give one example. I mean, you told me some very interesting stories about Oliver and Alexander, about the problems of going backwards and forwards there. And I thought that was quite interesting.
Well, that was Oliver, and we had to go with it. I mean, you know, because the director is the director, and, you know, he's his film, and his head is on stake, and, you know, he has to take the decisions. And if he wants to change, you know, the scene 20,000 times, he's going to change it. And Oliver is like this. And, you know, we had, you know, a lot of laughter and, you know, good time, and, you know, I don't dislike him. You know, we never had a fight, you know, things like that.
I wasn't asking about your personal relationship.
But 1.5 years, we were going back and forwards, you know. Doing the same thing and the same thing and the same thing all the time. Yeah. So, yeah.
I wasn't asking about the personal relationship, but just the actual process. I mean,
the process. Yeah. 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 You know. No, it's you know, it's easy. You know, Alexander cost, you know, to me a few kilos. My engineer had a heart attack. You know, things like that is good. And the film was, you know, it was not a failure.
Do you prefer working alone to this sort of collective enterprise, or do you feel you need someone to?
Let's say if you put the verb working, when I'm making a film, I'm working, and I'm working with other people. When I'm alone, I'm not working. Something happened completely different, which I can't call work. It's more natural because, you know, it can happen any time of the day, of the night, or continuously all the time. It's like breathing. Now, if breathing is working, then I'm working, yeah. Simple as that. But when I'm making a film, then yes, I can say I'm working. That's a project, and I'm part of this project and do my best.
It's interesting that you compare what you do to breathing.
It's breathing. It's simple breathing, and I say that because I don't know if you remember, I told you that I started so early and I never had anything preconceived in my mind about career, about what I'm going to become, what is going to be my job, things like that. You don't have when you are 3 or 4 years old. And that was breathing. So this is exactly the same thing I'm doing. The only thing is today I'm suffocating instead of breathing because of all the things around. But if, I'm not disturbed by all this silliness around, I'm breathing. And it's extraordinary because then, the whole thing. Then sometimes if you say, oh yes, I heard this and I enjoy it very much. You enjoyed it not because it's me that I did it, because the way I did it was a healthy way. So it was maybe closer to the most natural way. And that's very, very important. The natural birth. Something that the baby doesn't suffer. Doesn't get, mistreated. It's something like that. The most natural something happens, the most natural, natural function can have. And then again here we have another thing which has been promoted, that artists have to suffer. And many, many times artists, especially dancers and things, they've been applauded when they suffer. More you perspire, how you call it? Perspire on stage, more you get the applause. More the artists suffer, more the work is going to be incredible. You do something in 5 minutes, doesn't worth anything. The same thing, you spend maybe a week to do it or a month, becomes a masterpiece. Because this is how the values they've been promoted to society. And I saw it many times. I believe that, because I've been through that the calmer you are, the less disturbed you are, the better you can function. And you can function in a very harmonious way.
Is this why I don't know quite how to put it, but I mean, is this why you turned your back on the success of Aphrodite's Child, for example, because all the pressures that were building up, or this wasn't?
No, I turned back. I turned back myself to things like that only for one reason, not because I don't like what I'm doing, because what I'm doing, I know why I'm doing it. When I'm talking, inside this record business, it's because I don't like the monopoly of things. As I said to you, when you have the fortune and the misfortune to be successful, then it works both ways, and for me it's very, very difficult. I can't, due to the success, because the success is not the most important thing for me, to become a prisoner to the success and being obliged to produce the same thing all the time. And that's why I'm turning my back to things like that. As I say, I have to move to something, I've done it, but I don't want to be obliged to do it. And in this case, I've done it for 2.5 years, and we've been #1, record after record. That's okay. But then you have to move to something else, and you have all the system says, no, it's not possible. And this is my big question, that when I decided to leave my country and to go to England, and then at the same time we've been stopped in France for the political reasons, you know, May '68. I always, until today, ask myself if the right decision was to start like this. Of course, you know, in 2 months, the first records became, you know, huge, #1. I mean, all over Europe. But that was the goal. It was not the essence. That was the, if you want, the mean, the way to do things. And then, you know, after that, you know, I find myself obliged to deliver the second #1. Big problem there. And I did second #1. And then after second #1, I was obliged to deliver the third #1, which is even more difficult. And I delivered the third #1. Then, you know, it was more difficult to deliver the fourth #1, which I did again. And I say, look, I'm not here to deliver #1s, because that's a different job, and maybe there are other people that are starving for this. I'm not. So, and yeah, that's it. And nothing against the #1s, of course. It's the way and the system that push you to do that.
Rain and Tears is a wonderful song, for example.
Okay.
You might not think
I didn't left my country in order to go and become a slave to Rain and Tears. That was one thing, you know, among many other things, you know.
Why did you leave?
Because at that time, you know, I couldn't function in Greece technologically. It was very, very difficult. And I had to move. I felt that I had to move, you know, outside of Greece, which actually, for the moment, London was booming. You know, the whole technological thing was much, much better, studios and instruments and all that. And I ended up in France because, you know, you can't calculate those kind of things. We've been stopped there and we couldn't move. And we started the career from there. And then after that, you know, 74, I just moved to London, which I built my first studio. And that was my goal, to have my own studio, in order to, in one hand, to collaborate with the record companies, and in the other hand, to be free to, you know, to function without asking permission and, you know, the money in order to go to a studio and record. And of course, at the time, the technology was different, and it's not like today. The technology is much more flexible, those kind of things, in small size. It gets smaller in size. At the time, technology, you know, you needed a big space in order to have multi-tracks and things like that. Mm-hmm. So from 74 onwards, I just got my own place. And then that was, let's say, 50% I felt that I could move, you know, as much as I wanted in my own place, and the other 50% I've been working in order to, you know, to support the place and all the technology and to finance the whole thing. Yeah. This was the big, always fight.
It always is a fight.
Yeah.
Why don't we have a break? Pee break.
Pee break.
Pee break?
Pee break.
Pee break. Very, very,
All right.
it's very interesting. I mean, yeah, and you're not being negative. I mean, you know,
My eyes are raining, or you are swimming, or so I have to.
do you want
The thought about money.
Yeah.
That makes the fucking difference, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah, no, I appreciate that.
That's all.
This one of them I got.
Focus on me. You see what I mean?
Let's just check it. Well, now we.
See? Because of the light. Okay.
So
We'll-
this is my.
We'll apply a little paint job when we get back to the studio.
No, we can.
We fix it in post.
We'll fix it. We'll
No, you
fix it.
can't. You can't fix
Yeah.
that.
Oh, you can. You can do anything.
Fix, yeah,
You can do
it.
no, but now you see, now that we fix the monitor, look, if you just hold your hand still. No, hold your hand still. Look, you see, that I couldn't see before. Not
Yeah.
that we were in that close.
So we have to throw away the other thing.
No.
We can salvage it.
Hmm.
I once did a very long interview with Bing Crosby, And at the end he got up and he said, well, that was really interesting, I enjoyed that. Is any of it salvageable?
Yeah. That's good. Excellent.
Metaphor for the film.
Very good. Experiment?
No, no, no. I thought it was the money.
Okay, so I'm happy again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. Oh,
No, it's okay. Very silly question.
Yeah.
Because it is such a big question. What? A lot of what you say sounds
Yes.
as if you have a view of the world which you want to try and persuade others of. Not force them, but through education, as you rightly say, to enlighten people.
not really enlightened, just a little bit, just stop a little bit and think. That's all. Thought is a little bit, it's like banned today, like forbidden. They don't let you time to think. Because, you have to go very quickly to do things, or because you have so many problems, you just no time to think. And we do things because we do things without thinking. Just think a little bit, just stop a little bit, just a touch. That will help. And also, I don't try to say nothing to anybody, because it's wrong. To teach things is wrong. To convince people is wrong. What is maybe the only thing I can say? The only thing I can say is try to be objective as much as possible. That's all. Because being objective, then you can cure a lot of problems. Just being objective. I don't say be kind or be clever or be whatever. Be objective. I mean, it's not easy, but it will save us. It will save a lot of problems by being the objectivity. Everything has been so subjective. You know what I mean? Society is subjective. Everything leads to subjectivity. It's an enormous difference. Enormous difference. So try to be, I'm not saying be, try to be objective. You can really, everybody can become better. We can understand a lot of things. We can change a lot of things immediately. Immediately. I don't know if you agree, but I'm not trying to convince anybody. By convincing, you don't do anything. Convincing for other societies and for other things. To try to convince people for things. I'm not to convince anything. Why? I don't have the right to do that. But try to say be objective. I have the right to do that. To say that.
7 minutes, I thought.
Which question?
I've got one more question. Now the monitor is sorted out. Okay. What I was going to say before we were so rudely interrupted. I know you won't think of it in these terms, but what would you say your job was?
I think I never had a job. I never felt that I'm doing a job. Although, yes, I mean, you know, it just, as I say, when I, you know, you know, I'm writing, you know, music for a film, I can consider that as a job, or maybe I don't know what, something else. But in general terms, I never felt that. I never felt I'm a musician. Actually, they call me musician, they call me composer. I don't know what that means. I don't know. I never knew. I know, of course, what that means, but I mean, I never felt it like that. As much as I never felt that I'm a painter. And I don't know why. Through the years, I keep exactly the same feeling. Since day one. Because it's natural for me. It's just natural. It's the way that I breathe and I live. And maybe a job is when you try to do something in order to get some money for the reasons, the practical reasons and needs in life. But you know, for me, music it was not something separate, or painting. It was just the whole thing like that. And at the same time, I was always, and I am interested in research and science. And always ask myself, why this, why that, why that, why that? And I, you know, the most answers, I took them from memory or from nature itself. If you know how to read those kind of things, and if you have the ability to remember. All the rest are, you know, external information, something to happen today, that happens today more and more. Young people, they have every information they need. But do they have the knowledge? Information is one thing, knowledge is another. And information doesn't come, knowledge doesn't come out of information automatically. Something else has to work there, which is your brain.
So I thought you were going to say, which would reflect absolutely what you said earlier, that, as you said, young people through the internet and other things have all the information at their disposal.
More than they need.
But no memory.
No, of course they don't need. Yeah, because everything is there. I mean, memory works in different ways. To memorize things and to remember things, what you've done 10 years ago, or maybe to have the memory of maybe 20,000 books that you wrote. That's one kind of memory. But there's another memory, is the biological memory, which actually contains all the codes and the secrets of the universe itself, all the mechanisms of the system, which actually is too far away from us now, because we've been through this hypnosis, through this, how you call it, like a hibernation. We don't work. I mean, people say we use 10% of our brain.
Conditioning.
And no more. And the question is, we're using 10% is going to be 20, or it's been 100 and now it's 10%? Somebody has to answer that question. He went down to 20%, he's going from 10% up to whatever it's going to be. Maybe the contrary, maybe we end up using maybe 1% of the brain now. And the momentum of this, you know, losing our ability to think properly, it's promoted. It's not the most dangerous thing today. It's that you have this explosion, enormous explosion of technology, and the enormous, you know, momentum of, you know, dumbing down situation. I mean, you have uncivilized people, you have uneducated people more and more in general, but at the same time they have access to the most dangerous technology every day more and more. So what do you have with this? You have something unbelievable. And this is, to me, is enormous, enormous danger. Enormous. I don't want to think what can happen. Because instead of those kind of things, you know, to get together, they go apart. How we can manage humans to always to end up like that, I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy. And again, you know, that's not a very nice thing to say, but we said it.
You don't sound very optimistic about the human condition.
I'm optimistic because whatever happens, I keep doing what I'm doing, irrespective of what I'm saying. But being objective and as accurate as I can be, I can say no. I mean, things are not very. I don't know if you agree or disagree, but this is what my feeling is. But you know, I don't.
Oh, I would be much harsher than you. I mean, since you brought the example up of plastic surgery, I mean, that plastic surgery to me has always seemed the perfect example of a decline in any moral guiding principle. If you can simply change the physical appearance of things to what you think is better, and actually frequently, as we know, turns out to be something unspeakably hideous, then in the end you're saying that only the, and I'm not saying because plastic surgery happens to only to the face, but only the face value of something has any value. And we know that's not the case.
Yeah.
So I mean, I find that really a really pessimistic view. And if we can do that now with reasonable success, even if occasionally a monster appears at the end, a Frankenstein appears at the end, then it's going to get we're going to go progressively down that as this sort of vacuous idea of personality and vanity, as you quite rightly said, becomes more and more crucial.
But again,
politicians, for example, it matters more how they appear on television than what they're actually saying.
Exactly. And it happens like that because some people, they vote for the president. I don't say which president because they like the face of the other. They prefer the other one, but the other one had a better look. Well, you see, the thing is that we say this and that and the other, and we try to analyze, but it's maybe another way to find out the solution is to how you call it, when you go for to the hospital in order to examine you and to have the, how you call this,
the analysis.
Not the analysis, but the doctor says diagnosis. Right, that's
Greek word.
Was a Greek word, and I lost it because it was the diagnosis. Now, the diagnosis is so important as much as is what I said before, to be as much as possible objective. Now, the thing that we don't do is the diagnosis. That we don't do the right diagnosis for what's happening. And if you don't do the right diagnosis, we can't treat the symptom. Because what we do here, we're talking about symptoms all the time. This symptom is not good, this symptom doesn't happen like that, this symptom, it's like this, all symptoms. But the causes, in order to find the cause, you have to diagnose the cause. And there is something that people, either they're not able to go, or maybe they don't dare going. And if you don't go to this, it's nothing that can change. And the change is not against no one. The change is only for humanity. It's humanity on stake. It's not one country or another. It's humanity itself on stake. This is how we get, I mean, as far as we get now. And we're not able to realize that. We can't realize, somehow the human brain can't realize this. And that is something incredible. But we talk about terrible symptoms. You say, I can't sleep at night, I have pain here in my head, I can't move my head, I have pain in my back. Okay, why? Let's find the why. Nobody does. I mean, and sometimes on television, late at night, they have some programs, and then some pseudo-intellectuals, that they say some totally, stupid things. And they go into political things, and they try through that to promote certain other stupid ideas. And then, it gets even worse. And then they mix up the people that they can listen. But fortunately, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, nobody listens, so it's okay. But, the right diagnosis, and as much as it's objective you can be, I think that can lead you somehow, somewhere, that maybe you can start having a hope of something. Otherwise, all the teachings, all the systems and all the things won't help you.
Pursuing the Greek connection, I mean, music was for the Greeks part of that healing process.
Oh, definitely.
So I think, I go back to what is your job? It's almost quasi-physician, isn't it? I mean, it's music
yes,
has something really special to give us.
First of all, my ancestors said, I mean, they never believed actually, they knew it was, ancient Greece was for knowledge, not for belief. Belief started through the Christian years. Everything went through knowledge. And through the knowledge said that going to, to the medical stuff is art. Music is science. Now, this sounds odd today. If you're going to analyze this, because it's not the point today, and I can tell you 100% that they're right, they're not wrong. It doesn't matter if I'm going to analyze it now or not. Definitely music is science. It's mother of sciences. Now, why all these years never been that? Because it's never been treated like this. Because everything changed. Because don't forget that for centuries we couldn't have access to any of the books of science, philosophy, mathematics, academies closed everything, burnt everything. People that try to say something, they've been put to fire. You remember that. You remember, of course we remember, all we remember. We've never lived at that time. But through all those years, there's been a destruction and they banned knowledge. And suddenly today, for X reasons, for the last maybe 150 years, this big booming of technology and science, of course. But with not the other thing we said before, which is education. And now we're producing a very, very dangerous human being. And then all those kind of things, because we're talking about control before, how you control things, by controlling the senses and all that, these things are very primitive ways, according, to this, how you call it,
somebody's name?
No. It's a medical thing.
Not back to diagnosis.
No, the engineering,
genetic engineering.
The genetic engineering, all that they're going according. It sounds like less science fiction, but it's going to be done in advance. Why you try, to educate people, or to people don't have to go to school and things like that? You can prepare all those things before. What people do you want? There are companies that can produce people like this or like that, and then everything is fine.
Blade Runner.
It's Blade Runner. Although it sounds still science fiction. But we see it every day more and more and more and more. Right? There's no point for the Olympics. You want to have people to jump maybe 10 meters, you know, or maybe, I don't know, to run 100 meters in 3 seconds is possible. We made them. We can make them. Everything is possible to make. Everything is possible to control. Because if the problem is controlling, and if we have new means to control people, why not use them? The thing is that, do we want to control? We shouldn't start reacting once we've been controlled. We have to be reacted if we should or we shouldn't control. Once we do it, we are controlled, then it's too late.
So within that within that scenario,
Yeah,
what is
the Blade Runner scenario.
What is the function of music then?
The function of music always has been biological. It was the best language to reach the soul, and to get, and to, you know, to definitely not to harm people, to make you a better person, and that is the music, the contact of the music to the people. And also the function of music for the scientific side is through that to understand the universe, the mechanism of the universe and the laws of the universe, because it's exactly the same thing. So the universe never harms anybody. We harm ourselves. We are destructive. The universe changing. We cause destruction every day by imposing things, by interfering all the time. It's completely different. But this, for me, music has these two functions, and none of these functions happen today. Music has always been a vehicle in order to create artists, some great, to create, to some kind of pleasure, of course. In Greek we have two words. I don't know if you have them in English. They're completely different. We say διασκέδαση και ψυχαγωγία. The first one means when you get something and you feel okay and you laugh and all that, you have a good time. And the other one has to do with your soul, which is much deeper and more serious, which doesn't happen today. The first one happens really everywhere. But the second thing, no. But I can't find the words in English right now, although they might exist in order to say it. That is very hard for me to go into deep waters like this with a few English that I'm using. Very difficult, because you need really to use the language in a proper way and much more efficient way than I do it. And I'm doing it.
You're not doing too badly. You're not doing too badly. Let's stop then.
We stop here immediately. Sure.
I mean, it's a fascinating conversation to come up from this side of the table. I'm happy to talk all night, but I don't want to tire you out.
This is a proof of harmony. Look at that.
Yeah.
Now, if it's not harmonious, it will fall. True or not?
Yeah, absolutely.
See, look at that. No disturbance is going around. If I disturb it, finish. And this is what we're doing every day. See, look. perfect. And scientifically, of course, you can explain where that happens, why that happens.
Felix, go right into a big close-up of the spinning top.
As long as I don't disturb it, it will turn as much as the first.
Do it once more.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's coming this way now.
You want to do it again?
No, just keep it a bit closer to you because of the focus.
And the incredible thing is that now you have this friction here, but if there's no friction and space, it will turn forever.
Yeah, of course. You spin it once more.
Yeah. Okay.
There we go. That's close enough. Close enough.
Fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah. Keep it in the middle, Felix. In the middle. Keep it in the middle. Keep it in the middle. Don't touch it.
Leave it until it dies.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much again. A lot was said there.
Now,
I have a hold on.
make it close, just to see. A close up. Yeah. Good. I've never been so beautiful in my life, my entire life.
It's a bit closer than we would.
From now on, you're going to be my hairdresser, Felix.
You can definitely go. You can up to here when you. Yeah, but the wide angle is very nice. Okay, there you go. George, you all right?
What is wrong? What is here? What do I have here?
Glasses.
Excuse me. Can I put this? Can I put it here?
Okay, you correct? Yeah.
Well, you,
Right?
Yeah.
that's this.
What's that?
Sorry. You all right?
Yeah.
Lovely?
Yeah.
George?
Yeah.
Well, you've just thrown me into complete confusion by showing these wonderful photographs of you as a little boy, especially this one.
Yeah,
I mean, you have lots of memories of that.
yeah. That was my first piano. And my first friend, real friend. The funny, the funny thing about that is that I don't remember. I just found myself. I remember myself sitting on the piano, but I never remember how I started. Which means that I had to start very, very early. I never, because most of the times people say, "Oh yes, we had the piano in at the age of, I don't know, 5 or 6 or 10, took some lessons and, I started playing the piano." But I don't remember that. I remember sitting there. And that must be between 3 and 4. And, spend hours and hours playing. It was good because it was not an upright piano. So it was not claustrophobic, just had the view. Yeah. And as you see in the picture, at that age, I'm grown up. I must be 80 years old here. But 4 years before that, I couldn't reach the pedals. Yes, I'm quite older. It's yes. And I think it must be Christmas because I can see behind a little Christmas tree. I don't know if you see it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
asked you when you produced this, I said, "Do you have lots of memories of this house?" And you said, "Oh yes, lots." Tell
Yes.
me where it is.
Well, it's not anymore. It's just no.
Where was it then?
Was it at Volos, which is a town by the sea, marvelous at the time, beautiful town with a lot of houses like that, and a lot of gardens and flowers. Because this place, it's at Pelion, near Pelion. Pelion, it's this mountain, the mythological mountain of the centaurs. And this mountain is known because of the vegetation. It's a lot of green. Actually, this mountain enters, it's like a croissant into the sea and into the Aegean Sea. And you have sea in both sides. And which is incredible because this area, you can feel the seasons. You can feel the winter, very, very heavy winter, with snow on the top. You can feel the autumn, which is extraordinary from, the colors, the pastel colors. You can feel the summer, of course, and the spring, which is, you can faint from the aroma, all the flowers, extraordinary. And I had, this chance to grow up in the middle of this extraordinary changes of seasons.
That's on Crete.
No, it's Volos. It's in the middle of Greece, about maybe almost 200 miles from Athens, north, by the sea. It's a very mythological place, actually. Now, of course, it changed a lot because through the years, of course, the constructions changed, the new architecture, and also because we've been hit. We had a big problem with earthquakes during mid 50s, something like that, and a lot of the houses have been destroyed. But the characteristic of this town is that you had houses like that and a lot of gardens and a lot of flowers and trees, which is, a paradise for a child. And for this reason, I was very fortunate to grow up my first years in a area like that, in a situation like this. I think that helped me later a lot. And then I left after the earthquakes and I moved to Athens, which actually my parents left Athens during the war because during the war, the Second World War, the people in Athens died from hunger. it was a terrible situation. And many people, I mean, in order to survive, left Athens, and they went to villages, to places that they could find little food. And my grandfather used to earn a lot of land, and he had a lot of things. I mean, bread, fruits, oil, olives, things that could survive. I mean, that's why my family survived. My mother, my father survived like this because of my grandfather. And then after I was born there, I was born in a village actually, outside of Volos, outside of this. This is not the house I was born. This is the house that I grew up. And a few years later, at the age of maybe some 9-10 years old, we moved back to Athens, where my parents came from. That's it.
Because
Simple.
I was going to say there are an awful lot of CDs that deal with nature. Interestingly enough.
Yeah.
Whether the sea or the sky or whatever. I mean,
Well, I had a overdose of that when I was a child. Overdose of smells and things. Yeah. It's really springtime. It's unbearable. It's so strong. It's unbearable. Smells. I mean, the aroma of the flowers is unbelievable. Still now, still with the new construction, it's you can see that although this town has been somehow not the same, changed, although there've been all these changes, the town kept somehow the same character. Not exactly the same, but you can see that it's a very special place. Sometimes I go. I visit. I mean, 2 years ago I started going back since my childhood. Because I mean, most of the times I just I travel, I've been away, and so. But of course, now the place of that house is a big 6-7 store building. Completely changed.
why did you say that you felt the piano was your friend? My only friend is actually what you said.
No, at the beginning, when maybe because it was my friend in areas that other friends couldn't be. I used to go out and play with my friends with the same age, and but spend my time with the piano. That was a different conversation, because I had in front of me the sound. Although it was not the same sound, it was not the only sound, because I used to produce sound with all the objects of the house, especially the kitchen stuff. Great.
Concerto for saucepan.
Yeah, I used to do. Yeah. I used to, use the glasses and water and change the pitch and all the pans of my mother, and all the time like that. I think that, my mother, she was quite good. She never really been angry or something, because I used to break some. But no, I think my first years, I always remember. I think I had the chance to have good starting, good years, very good. Although it was a very difficult period after the war for Greece, like everywhere. But I don't think I felt that, because of maybe of my parents and maybe of the place itself.
Because the Civil War was raging, but
Yeah, and I'm talking actually after the Civil War, because the Civil War, it started, it just lasted for a few years. I don't really remember that. It was too early for me. when I start remembering, it was after the Civil War. Yeah, in Greece it was really in a very terrible state. But of course, being 4 or 5 years old, you don't really feel those kind of things.
No.
Especially when you are surrounded, you live in a house like that and you have good parents and they take care of you. Those kind of things that don't reach you, that maybe some other children had a terrible time.
Have you got a favourite memory of either your mother or your father?
Favorite memory? Sitting in the garden, eating with some neighbors and friends from around, because this garden was full of flowers and trees. And sitting with my mother, and because you see, my mother used to play the piano and sing from, classical stuff, lieder, and she was, I used to accompany her herself. And because I had a good ear, I just remember those things, and I would play with her, and even with a little accordion sometimes, because I couldn't carry the piano outside in the garden. And then I had this little accordion my uncle bought for me, and I used to accompany my mother when she used to sing some, nice, beautiful songs, some ballads and things like that. I remember those moments. Very, very nice. And then bang, suddenly had to leave because, after the earthquakes, I left immediately. I had a shock, and I couldn't stay there anymore. And we moved to Athens, and then,
They're obviously a very powerful influence on you, your parents.
The influence I had from my parents is that they never interfered. They just leave me alone, leave me to be. Of course, they interfere like all the parents that try, the best, and put something on. You shouldn't catch a cold, or you have to go to school, and you have to wake up in the morning, and things like that. I mean, the usual stuff. But I never had any more than that. Because after all, I spend my time with the piano, with painting, with doing all sorts of things with my hands, constructing things, always. I remember I used to make my own bows and arrows. Yeah, and I still have a great collection of bows and arrows even now. I mean, I love archery since my childhood, and then there I had a lot of room to do that. Yeah, I don't know why I'm saying to you all those things. As archery is very physical, and I'm not talking about hunting.
No.
I'm talking about target.
Yeah.
And I have the same interest and the same pleasure when I'm shooting with a bow, an arrow.
Did your parents? Tape?
Oh God.
Memory lane. Okay, Felix? I was going to say, your parents must have lived long enough to see your success.
My father, yes, not my mother. My mother died soon after I left Greece. And she never had the time. Because, when you are successful, I think it's very important for your parents more than for yourself. Because all parents, they feel very proud and they take great pleasure when where the son or daughter makes it somehow, somewhere. And when we had the first big success in France, exactly at that time, I've been waiting for her to visit me in Cannes, in France, south of France, and suddenly she died. And that was, a terrible thing, because I know that parents die sometime, but I think she died at the wrong time, wrong moment. It was a really terrible blow for me. But my father lived through the Paris years and through the London years until the Chariots of Fire. And then he died, just a little bit before I got the Oscar. It would have been great for my father, of course. Everything has been calculated like this. There's nothing I can do about it.
But you obviously miss them very much, still.
Yes, I do. I do. Because I can't, which is really a very good thing for me, I can't have negative memories about them. Some other friends of mine or children, they had terrible memories about their parents, which happens all the time. But I never had that. I had a very nice, very good childhood and great people. I'm really very, very lucky to have parents like that. Objectively, I'm talking about.
Well, you can't talk about your parents objectively.
Oh no, no, because I could have said yes. I love them, but they've been like this or like that, but I can't find something negative to say about them. Even if I try very hard, I can't find anything. Yeah. Now we're talking about very personal things. Nobody wants to know about those kind of things.
You're wrong. Depends.
Yeah.
Depends. No, the child is father of the man in every sense, I think.
Excuse me?
The child is father of the man in every sense.
Yeah.
We are what our parents made us, good, bad and indifferent.
Yeah. Well, this part of my life has been a very nice part, very, harmonious. Well, and later, the real stuff started, yeah.
But I sense about you that in spite of your understandable is unhappiness the right word? Unhappiness about some of the things which you've had to encounter and you've had to deal with, that your instinct always seems to me, ever since I've known your instinct is to try and find the goodness in the situation rather than automatically think of the badness of the situation, if you see what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
That has to have come from somewhere, and this idyllic childhood which you're describing clearly is the fountain of that, I think.
Possibly because I never heard my parents, criticize and talk bad about other people. They've been very generous. We had our house was a very open house to everybody. Very generous people. No misery. No. How can I explain? No negativity. I don't know. I don't remember. Negative things in the house, which is a very rare situation. You don't have that. And they've been through difficult times, as I said, because, although I didn't understand at the time, later I understood that they've been through, through hell. There's been a war and a civil war. But they made it such a way that Nothing of those things touch anybody of us, my brother and myself. Yeah. Yeah. What else? I don't know what else to say. I mean, you know, all those memories, they go so fast in my mind. And by the time maybe I want to say one thing, it's another comes.
It's always the case.
Yeah.
But I think the conversations, to quote you, that you have with your pots and pans and even your piano is...
Yes. I mean, I used to actually, with this piano, you can imagine, I still have this piano. And I used to open the piano. My mother was a little bit worried, but I used to open the piano and do things that, you know, in musical terms, we call prepared piano today. It's like adding things in between the strings and things like that, metal things or other things, in order to create sounds and to obtain things that a piano, a normal piano, doesn't do. I mean, and by creating those sounds, which actually, for my mother, it was quite extraordinary and quite strange. For me, it was a wonder because I used to obtain incredible things out of the piano. And then another thing I used to do, I used to go under the piano, especially when my mother used to play, and I was so impressed to hear the sound coming from above and hit my head, boop, 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 like that. And under the piano, it was my little house with some toys. And that was really a very safe place to be. You know, with an upright piano, you can't do that. With a piano, how you call it, with a grand piano, it's really much easier to do that. And that, I remember this little like cave under the piano was incredible. Yeah.
Like a kind of private place, really.
Yeah. It's
Fantasy,
for a
yeah.
child. I mean, when you are 4 years old, you can fit under the piano. It's a lot of room. It's great. I mean, I remember things like that. And then back to my bows and arrows, and then back to the piano. Yeah.
That has to be the source of the happiness.
I don't know.
But I mean, there are some people who have that kind of idyllic childhood, and they then feel that really hasn't prepared them for the bows and arrows that come in later life, if you see what I mean, inevitably come in later life. Do you see what I mean? They can't believe that people can be as nasty as that, or can be as aggressive as that, or can be as dishonest as that, because that they've been protected in a loving way, but in a way that has not prepared them for the awfulness of most of it.
But the funny thing is that parallel to this situation, which I try to describe as a very nice and velvet and harmonious thing, somehow I started very early to ask questions. Why this, why that, about the universe, about where the music comes from. Quite scientific for my age. About matter, antimatter, about the galaxies, about a lot of things, and my mind couldn't stop, working like this, thinking like that. Very, very early age, and that was not. I don't say that it was uneasy, but it took me out of this child way of thinking. Very early, very, very early. And I was doing that, especially not when I was playing the piano, But when I was hitting a ball in one of the walls in the garden walls of the house, and having like a squash, having the ball coming at me, and hitting the ball, and have the ball coming back and hitting the ball, and all this time, all my brain used to go, through space, through the planets, through the system, through the music, of the spheres, because I remember the time they used to ask me, where the music comes from. So I would say from above. Already I was, now I'm saying that I understand now. At the time, I remember what I was saying, and maybe it's that because from the early days I was, somehow geared to think like that until today. That's why maybe I never thought music as an art or music as a career. I didn't know what a career means. I don't know what a career means still until now. Maybe career means to do things that the others wants you to do, but not yourself. And the funny thing is that I kept the same approach from my early days. And maybe this is the most important thing that I have to say, more than I grew up in a garden and, the flowers and all that. That's all good. But as I'm talking now, I realize that, nothing changed from those days. It's exactly the same. Exactly the same. Same approach, same questions. Some answered, some unanswered. And the most important thing is that I keep the same track, same interests, always the why. I ask a question, I have the answer, I say why, and then that produces another answer, and I say why again, and this and the other answer. This is what I'm doing now with my friends from NASA. We talk and we have boards and we write things and we talk about the universe and all the systems, and this is why this and why that and why this and why, and same thing. 4 or 5 years old I was doing the same, which means that when a child does that, it means that he's interested in that, because nobody told me, nobody said to me, do the music or think about the universe or think, never. That was, and I think by analyzing that this is due to the memory. This is what I call memory. Memory all the time. Yeah. And of course the sounds from everywhere. That gets, even the sound of the earthquake was just incredible, very low sound and strong. Yeah, I will never forget this. These are really engraved in my memory.
For want of a better description, they are in effect natural sounds. Now, the natural sounds that we hear must have been the same sounds that human beings that heard 10,000 years ago. The same sounds.
10, 20, 30, 100, whatever, thousands of years. Those sounds exactly the same. But finally enough, talking about sounds, something that I said it in the few interviews that I gave in my life, it's that although the natural sounds are these sounds, and then even we included all the instruments that the human being produced, like the flutes, the harps, the violins, the percussions and all that, the acoustic, as we call instruments, we call them natural sounds. I still believe that the electronic sounds are equally natural. The only thing that's changed is the source. And somehow even they go further than the acoustic instruments, because you can produce sounds closer to the sounds of the universe. I mean, human beings express themselves through the acoustic instruments that we know today. But these instruments, they have limitations as well. They don't have limitations of the expression of feeling, but they have limitations of sound. And I guess that's why we produce the symphony orchestra, because it's like the first synthesizer. It's something that we put together the different areas of sound together, and then we create colors and situations between those different families of sound. And then you have the symphony orchestra. Otherwise, why having a symphony orchestra? It was a need to have that in order to enlarge the spectrum. But with the electronic instruments, you go even further than that. And why not? Why they're not natural? I mean, the whole universe is electricity. It's what's the name? It's waves. It's okay. We shouldn't go to that now, but no. So I don't really make the distinction, we say,
Yeah.
between the acoustic and electronic instruments. To me, are sources of sound. The only difference is that the acoustic instruments, they give you the opportunity to express certain things, which the electronics you have to really, with a lot of trouble, to get there, because the playability is not the same. It's much more difficult, and the way that it's been, the design of the instruments until today is such that it doesn't give you the same facility and subtlety that a violin can give you. But I think we're getting there. You know, although I've been, fighting all the years in order for these big companies to produce a proper electronic sound, a proper electronic instrument. And unfortunately, maybe from the sound point of view, they're getting better, but from the playability point of view, they're getting worse. But this is another area, another discussion. The fact is that the two instruments, the two kinds of approaches are equally important, and I think that for the first time is no limit to what we can do from the sound point of view, because I think we cover the whole spectrum. Before we couldn't do that.
We should talk about this when you're sitting with your
Yeah.
console tomorrow.
Yeah.
But just one little thing. For example, so you would say that when you make the choir on your console, that's, from a tonal point of view, the equivalent of the choir when you have a big choir, as you did in the Thodia, for example.
This is only when you want to produce something, and which actually you can do it with synthesis, or you can do it by sampling. But this is if you want to reproduce a human voice, which actually now you can do that very, very well, or you can imitate an already existing instrument. That's one approach. But it's another thing that you can create sounds which they have no connection to any of the existing instruments. They're completely new. I mean, it's nothing new in nature, but new from the ones that we know. I mean, something that doesn't sound like any other conventional, acoustic instrument. This is very interesting. And also because you can reproduce also the acoustic instruments, which, on the other hand, instead of doing that, you can have just a musician that play X acoustic instrument, and you have the same result. But I think that in that sense we're living in a very interesting period. And this is something that, going back to my childhood, I predicted. Because I remember the fact that I don't read and write music until today. All my parents and some other people say, but why you don't learn how to read music? And my answer as a child was, why I should do that? I mean, I don't need it. And after all, I would like to, I see music in a different way, and if I want to write something or to read something, I mean, not to read, but to write something, there are going to be machines to do that. I said that when I was 5 or 6 years old, right? And then later I was saying that there are going to be instruments that they're going to produce other things. I mean, I knew it's going to happen. Although I never had the chance to, in my early age to have things like this, like a child has today. I mean, today, 5-year-old kid, is, in front of him, he has an enormous amount of sources of sound, incredible amount. I didn't have anything apart my kitchen stuff and my piano. But that's good as well, because from there I just really squeeze the most out of each object to get the thing I wanted. And to learn, as I said to you before, the character of the object by listening to his music, to his sound, to know the object the best way possible, not by looking at it, by go inside and have the sound of it, the juice, which I still do today. I go to a shop, for example, I start ding, ding, banging and everything, and I kind of have people, looking at me. But, that will never change, because this is the only way I know.
I can imagine shopping with you is fun.
It is. And I do it many times. When I'm interested in something, I go to ding. Yeah, sometimes I try to see, if nobody look at me and, just hit it. And I know immediately what I can't say, I can't describe it because that's a different language. But I know inside me, I know exactly with what object I'm dealing with. Maybe sounds crazy, but it's true, I'm doing it.
Going back to the childhood, I mean,
yes.
I know it's a sort of cliche, but how would you?
Yes.
How would you want someone to think of you?
I never thought about it.
I mean, I was thinking of the little girl who famously said, I like the paintings, is the music any good, or whatever it was.
Oh,
Yeah, that one. I mean, how would you like people to think of you?
Maybe, I don't know, I mean, I never thought about it, I just maybe try to think something now to tell you. Maybe that whatever I did, I never tried to harm anybody. And I never tried to impose anything. And because, I don't want people to impose anything on me. And I think that I'm a great believer in freedom. And to be, I mean, in a real sense, to be free, not I mean, there are many different ways to say that, but not to harm anybody, not to harm people, that's all. I mean, I don't like. I would like to say, okay, I mean, you know, I know Vangelis, he never did something bad for me. No more than that. I think that's more important than, because really, and if I did, and if it would, maybe it happened without me knowing or understand. I mean, just not because I never tried to harm anybody. I think that's extremely important, very, very important. Other than that, I don't know what else I can say, because I never, since, as I said, since the beginning, I never had a plan of careers and things like that, you know, to be famous or to be successful, or, you know. Maybe these are tools for other things, but they should never be tools to, you know, to change your soul. Be successful is a good tool for communication, but then once you communicate, you have to know what to say to people. Very, very responsible job. But really, I never thought about it. Now you ask the question, and this is the only answer I can think of.
Good place to stop.
Yeah. Hello.
Do you have pictures of your parents?
Yes, I do.
Can you make some copies of those?
Definitely.
We now talked about them. We should be
Definitely, yeah. Oh, you can give you an album with different things.
Okay. You make the choice.
Felix?
I think we have enough for today, chaps.
Yeah.
Yep.
How was it, this one? For you?
How was it for you?
I don't know. No, talking about things like that, I really don't know. Because that's quite personal. That's why. Because some people, they can say, oh, he's trying, you know, to stay clean. No, it's not like this. It's because really, I mean, that's why I always believe in more in respect than in love. To respect is very, very important. See, if you start by respect and by being objective, things like that, you make a better society. Love, you start passion, you start things, you express yourself in a different way because each one loves in a different way, and it's a chaos. Right? But objectivity and respect, they're much more accurate things for survival. Do you agree?
I was just thinking you were getting very dangerously into Christian territory here.
Because I talk about against love.
No, you didn't talk against love. I mean, that was a very interesting distinction between the two, I think.
Yeah, because, I mean, love became a marketing thing, which I don't think anybody means anything. Oh, I did this because I love you, or I did this because of love, and things like that, and it's disastrous. Out of respect, nobody harm anybody. Out of love, they kill people. True or not? Yeah. But it sounds good when you say love. It sounds interesting. It's selling. It's a hit. Respect sounds a little bit too serious, too cold, you know. And to respect, you must have many, many reasons. To love, it's a quite personal thing. I'm not against that. And we all love. We've all been in love. We all, I mean, nothing against this. But you don't build a society with love. It's easier you build with respect. And this is something that we can put on how you call it, an experiment. To have a town with respect and town with love, and see what's going to happen.
It's an interesting idea.
Interesting idea, yeah.
Well, you could say, as you said, we were talking earlier, I mean, if you have a society that loves, in a Christian sense, you finish up burning the books and burning people
Exactly.
and so on.
But if you respect, you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's Columbus, isn't it? I mean, Columbus and the priests he took. Oh, yes, we love all the natives, etc., etc.
Oh, yes, we do.
Respect is different.
Of course.
If they respected the
agree.
people they came across.
Yeah.
which
They never respected. They at the contrary.
Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah. At the contrary, they just completely destroy them, in every sense. Destruction and destruction. And then it's another thing which comes. It's incredible. It's the what? You taking it?
No, he's eating. I was wondering.
I'm eating all the time.
He's eating. It's terrible.
Is the pardon?
Sorry, is the
The pardon. Well, when because that gives you the opportunity to be an asshole, and then because you go and you give absolution, things like that, you think you are okay and you continue to be an asshole. That's great. It's a very good device for manipulating people. And you have to pay something, of course. It's nothing for nothing, of course. But how is possible? I mean, to be an asshole and say, I'm sorry, I've been really terrible, what I can do, and I will do this and I will do that, and then say, okay, I pardon you. Okay, you have to sign here, and you pay something, and you are okay. I mean, even a monkey will understand that this is ridiculous. I'm not against the monkeys, actually. They're great creatures. But, well, things like that we shouldn't say. Anything we didn't cover?
well, I'm sure we'll think of it at some point.
That's what I can see here. You taking it?
No,
No.
You take? You do? Oh, I don't care. It's okay. Yeah. Look what the light can do.
It's a beautiful picture, actually.
Hmm. Yes. Yeah. You want a candy?
No, I don't need a candy.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you again. I think we've got some very interesting. I think we have some very interesting material.
But what I've said, it's exactly, I can't go to details which actually sound ridiculous. But the bottom line is this. Bottom line of my family is this. That they've been wonderful. And as the years go by, you think, and you see it in a different way. And you discover how good they used to be. Yeah. Now you put me in a memory situation. Now I remember all the time my childhood. Yeah. Incredible.
But you weren't surprised then when later in life people did, and I'm thinking of one thing in particular which there's no point in discussing it, but there's one occasion, as you well know, where something really terrible happened to you professionally and financially. And were you prepared for that? Had your childhood prepared you for that, or did that come as a sort of big emotional
Which one you mean?
Psychological shock. I forget, you told me once, I mean, some agent or manager or the lawyer.
It's better not to talk about it.
No, but I mean,
Yeah.
I only remember it because you had told me about it, but my point is a rather more fundamental shock. I mean, was did that surprise you, or did that not fit into the pattern of your...
No, it surprised me, because it never fitted to the pattern. Well, you know, always surprised me when at the beginning. Now I'm not surprised anymore. Although I never happy when things like this happen. Something, unjust thing happen. But the first one that really got me, and I was really very, very, very sad about it, is when at school later, I was about around 15, 16 years of age, and every year we used to organize, the school of course organize art exhibition, paintings, and of course, for me it was obvious that I was exhibit a few of my paintings at the time. And at the previous years I got the first prize in school, of course. I mean, I exhibited there as a pupil. I mean, later I didn't want to exhibit, but there it was different. And I remember that year something extraordinary happened. I went to the room, to this place that everybody exhibits, all the the school, pupils, how you call it, yeah. Mm-hmm. They exhibit their own things, and mine as well, and mine disappeared. Somebody stolen my paintings. I never found one who, but I was devastated, and I couldn't believe that someone is able to do such a thing. I mean, even now I'm saying that, and I can't believe that someone he did that at the age of not more than 16, maybe 15, 16 years, I can't remember. Gone. Empty places. You could see the nail, but not the picture.
And a part of you that had been stolen.
Hmm?
And a part of you that had been stolen, in effect.
Me, only me.
Yeah, but a part of you, your painting being a part of you, it was that had been taken.
Yes, the only paintings that missing. I never found who did it. I never. But really, that really, I mean, marked my life. I mean, I couldn't believe that somebody is able actually to do such a thing. Now, I said that because you said about things, how I take it when something happened. Well, something very, very important happened there, which I will never forget. Anyway, are you okay?
Fine. Running.
Yes. You asked me if I feel embarrassed. It's maybe embarrassed is not the right word. It's maybe uneasy, because nothing to be embarrassed. But I feel uneasy, like I feel uneasy now. Always I feel uneasy when I have to talk about myself. When I talk about other things, it's okay. But something that questions that have to do with my life, my career, things like that makes me uneasy. I don't know why, but this is it. This is the way I am.
Again, picking up with what you said earlier,
Yeah.
do talk about it, because I think it is very interesting. I mean, we live in a celebrity age, for better or worse. I would want to say for worse. I think you think for worse too. Nonetheless, this is what people expect. Record companies, television companies demand. One tries to steer a very narrow line to avoid it becoming a kind of self-promotional exercise, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, I mean, I can see the dangers and I can see the hesitancy about it. It's not an easy balance to find.
Yeah. Well, the celebrity age, you said, what serves? Serves maybe the media, the papers, the television, and maybe the person that is the celebrity. But in this case, when it comes to me, I don't feel I feel uneasy. And then you might ask me why I'm doing what I'm doing. Well, the answer is maybe I can still doing what I'm doing, but just not to be part of the celebrity game. I mean, it works very well with me to be out of that circle.
Yes, I mean, I don't remember ever having seen an interview with you,
Very
other than you know, hello or about a particular.
Very, very rare. And the interviews that I gave through the years is maybe just to make the point that I'm not dead. I'm alive, because you know, I'm just hardly people can see me, and then and I'm asking the same question: why I'm doing this? What I'm doing now? Yeah, maybe because somehow I felt that maybe I have to do a little bit. Oh, you know. What else? Tell me.
I can't continue that because it's making me feel uneasy. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
No, but I mean that does go back to the question which we haven't played you yet, but which is upstairs, which I did ask you before. You know, I'm curious. I really am curious to know. Let's forget what you said before, but I am curious to know how you perceive yourself and how you want other people to perceive you, which is not always the same thing.
Well, I perceive myself, you know, as I always did. Nothing changed since day one. From day one, since I remember myself. And as I told you before, I never knew that you know, I'm going to go through all this, you know, let's say musical career success, you know, and all that. Something that, you know, I wasn't aware at the time. So nothing changed. I mean, basically nothing changed for me. Now, for the others, you know, I found out that when a success comes and when, you know, an award comes, I feel that people around me, they are much more happy than me. Nothing changed for me. You see, it's more important for me to be useful and to have things to do than to become famous. Awards you can have sometimes, you know, for the right or the wrong reasons. Always you have to question why you are famous. I don't think people question themselves why they are famous. And sometimes the reasons are not the right reasons why. But today, as long as you are famous, that's very, very important. It's, you know, the goal, if you want. For me, not. It's never been that. So, but I see the happiness around me and the joy and the people, you know, my friends and my, you know, the people that they, you know, they're close to me. And, you know, they always enjoy and they're very happy. Oh, yes, great, and you've done that. And basically, nothing changed. I mean, for me, nothing changed. I never became better because I've been awarded. I'm better because I've done something maybe better than before, or just I went deeper to solve a problem, or maybe to create something, whatever it is. But you never become better because you've been awarded and decorated. The deep inside, nothing changed. Your relations with the people around you change, but not you. Or if it's any change for that reason, because you've been awarded, then I think the change won't be a good one.
Why do you think you're famous then?
What? Sorry?
You said most people don't ask themselves why they're famous. Why do you think you're famous? Well, because you are, as you know.
Because it happened that, during my musical career, it happened to sell quite a lot of records, and people bought, the music that I compose, and they liked it, and then, it's obvious that I will become known.
Your friends are incredibly protective about you. I mean, I don't know many of them, but those that I know, I mean, it's not that they say things behind your back. They wouldn't.
Yeah.
But that's not that kind of protectiveness. But you sense that there's a kind of family in which it's almost, if I may say so, I think I've been marginally included in that family of late. But you sense that this family is sort of like a protective shield around you in the best sense. Which is why I think when a business executive comes to you, or a record executive comes to you, or a journalist comes to you, it's not that you're unfriendly towards them, because you're not, but that somehow that sort of protective shield prevents them getting close, if you see what I mean. In a sense, I don't think you do that in a destructive way at all.
No, I understand. Maybe because they know how I am. They know that I'm not. I never play the show business game, and they know. I mean, of course, they like very much the success, but at the same time, they know that by not playing this game, I would be very unhappy if they go against that. The way that I feel. So. I don't know, of course, because when they are protective, I'm not in front to see how they behave.
Well, they'll give you an example. They never talk about you. If you see what I mean.
Maybe because they know that I never talk about me. So even now that I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about me. But in a sense that. I say I don't like to talk about me. So maybe that's why they do the same. I presume, I don't know.
Yes, one never hears gossip about you, if you see what I mean.
No, because I believe that my personal life has nothing to do with the rest of the world, and it's not because I'm only private, because I believe that people, they have so many problems. And in one hand, of course, they like to read the gossip papers, because everybody does. It's an escapism. But I think it's a little bit too much to add to that your personal life. So I try to limit the things that I'm exposed, and that's one of the reasons that I kept painting, separate, because I didn't want to, let's say that I wanted to keep something private.
Because you remind me very much of, you have absolutely in common with another friend of mine, sadly dead now, Stanley Kubrick. I mean, Stanley Kubrick was, as you know, was always thought of as being very reclusive, very difficult to get to, very difficult to talk to. I thought he was one of the most gregarious and generous people I've ever met. You're exactly the same.
Yeah.
Here around this table, I mean, it's, as it were, non-stop party time. Your reputation, however, insofar as it can be defined, is of someone who's very reclusive and doesn't speak.
Oh,
Do you see what I mean?
No, yeah, but this is the easy way to say things. I mean, what I'm trying to say is that I'm not the person that, you know, it's moody and I don't want to talk to anybody, very difficult and very tempered. Not at all, on the contrary. But this is something that doesn't concern anybody else. Concerns myself and the people around me, who wants to be around. I mean, I don't want to impose my life to anybody. It's a job to impose your life to, you know, to people, because this is the way that the whole business has been run for years, for the right or wrong reasons. I don't know, but I'm not part of that, and I'm not against anybody that wants to do this, but I don't feel like doing it. I don't have the time to do that. Whoop. Disaster strikes. You see? That's it. I would like to keep my balance like this thing here. As long as you do that, you see? Balance, speed, look, harmony. That's it. Beautiful. Go on. Longevity. It's great, look at it. Go on.
Finally.
Excellent.
Finally. No, I know.
You've been saying.
But it's a very unusual. It does require an awful lot of discipline, self-discipline, to make sure that those areas which you want to keep to yourself are kept to yourself. So anything like this is an imposition.
Well,
I'm aware of it. I mean,
somebody said to me, "You always say no." I said, I don't say no. I don't say easily yes to unnecessary things. That's quite a different thing, because you have the negative people. Whatever you said, say no, no, no. But not to say easily yes. That's another way of thinking, and another way of living. So. You know, for years people have been saying that I don't like to fly, for example. You know, it's been in every paper, and I have so many bits of films myself in a plane, in a cockpit, you know, laughing and you know, and joking and all that. So, I mean, if you want to know anything, just ask me. You don't believe what people say and write. Yeah.
I think we should take a separate shot of the close-up of it's been.
Do you want a shot?
Yeah.
Okay, go shot. That's the one.
It looks like it's floating, doesn't it?
It's unbelievable.
Okay, it doesn't look as if it's on the. That's where the bottom is.
Unbelievable.
It's good for the end titles of the film going up here. Okay. I think we covered the two bits that we wanted to cover.
We did.
It's fine.
What?
This left one. This.
Could you put it to the left? To
Oh,
the
right.
right.
There?
Okay. You fix it in, please. Yes? Thank you.
Oh, I see, one of those.
Okay, it's too black.
Yeah, it's too black. No, I mean, we went back over the two questions that you were concerned about before. Your parents and how you saw yourself.
Yeah, I didn't want to say much, just
No.
a little bit.
No, my point is that we covered the two things
Yeah,
that you
yeah.
wanted to cover.
Anything else to cover?
Go on for us.
What else we can cover? Oh, I don't know.
You haven't talked about particular projects at all. I mean, I've got the making of Mythodia, so I'm covered there. We see you working with Ridley. I don't know whether there's any other particular project that you want to.
What are we going to say?
I don't know if you want to talk about Oliver politely.
Say what? But I did.
Yes, you
before.
did. No, you did.
I did. Well, ask the question and I see. Not particularly about projects. You know.
About
Okay.
I mean, for us from the outside, or for me from the outside, you have a completely spontaneous way of approaching of answering a project, of dealing with a project. I mean, it seems to be absolutely instinctive and absolutely spontaneous, and I'm sure that's what gives it its special quality. That must be a nightmare for you know what film producers, I mean producers are like, the David Putnams of this world. They're not good at dealing with spontaneity.
Look, to me, you have to define what we call a project. I mean, to me, everything that I'm doing is a project. A project is not only when we frame something with, and we call it, you know, an album, as we call it, or we call it, you know, a soundtrack, or ballet, or music for a play. I mean, this we call projects. For me, everything I do is a project. And I don't need a record company's contracts in order to record something, and I don't need a film in order to create music or a piece of music. I do it anyway, and I find out that the periods that I was out of a contract, I worked really in a much better way. Now, as I do that, you know, since day one again, it's not something strange or unusual for me to work every day or almost every day without thinking that this is for that particular project or another project. Same thing with painting. I paint all my years and never thought to exhibit. Normally people, they prepare the exhibition, or singer prepares his new album, or, you know, it happens like that in this business. With me, no. It happens every day, even if I don't have any, let's call it commission, that comes from outside. Usually my commissions, they come from above. Let's call it that way. And, you know, I'm always plugged there, and, you know, anytime, night or day, I'm just operating. As I said before, I'm available. But at the other hand, when I'm committed to something, when I say yes, I will stay until the end in a quite professional way, because that's a different thing. Because you're committed, you work with other people, and you have to take the part of the responsibility that has been given to you. But other than that, I like to work any moment, any time, anywhere, without thinking that this is a particular project or a particular commission, because this is the way that I function.
Do you have any regrets about things? I mean, not particular projects, but I mean, you seem once one
Yeah.
just peeks inside the door
Mhm.
of your family.
Yeah.
You know, you seem a wonderfully. If I say contented, that sounds like complacent. I don't mean complacent. I mean contented, at peace
Yeah.
with yourself. And
I mean, regrets of something, or
well, yes, no, I wasn't thinking of any particular project. I mean, it's very rare to meet someone who is as successful as you are, who doesn't really want to know about that success except registering it on the scale, as it were, but also at the same time is very, very content, and I don't mean by that complacent, I mean at peace with himself and his immediate environment.
well,
See what I mean?
I can't say that I'm content with my career, what we call career, because let's face it, I mean, nothing is easy. And it's not a question easy to be successful, not being successful. It's to deal with this, the music business. Already, music business is a term which holds a lot of problem. Business. So, although although I tried very hard to keep a part of freedom and to do certain things and not to repeat myself within this frame, nevertheless is a frame, and that frame can squeeze you, because more successful you become, the tighter becomes, because they push you somehow to stay the same and to produce the same successful past. And this is something that I found it very difficult to deal. And I'm not very happy with my career, if you want, because I had many other things to propose and to release, but I've been always restricted to certain things because of the success, because of the sales. So, and you know, everything in life, you have to be in boxes. I mean, at the beginning, when I start to make my first albums, which, you know, they started completely against the flow of the time, the record shops, they didn't know where to put my album, in which box, because you know that they have boxes. Then gradually, when I passed the fourth or fifth album, then I had my own box. It's Vangelis, and then you had the whole. And then, you know, when I started with the film scores, that was difficult because that goes to another box. So you had movies, Vangelis, you know, Vangelis as Vangelis, and then you had, you know, we had New Age. Then immediately they find out that the albums that I was making, they belong to the New Age. I mean, this is, you know, the marketing titles that, you know, some very clever people, they always, you know, invent in order to frame the whole thing. So you had New Age, you had film scores, you had Vangelis, and whatever, I don't know what. And then, you know, I end up being, you know, in different boxes again, but always boxes. And I was trying, although, you know, the boxes multiply, I was trying to get out of the boxes and maybe to create another box, you know what I mean? And that was, you know, the big problem, you know, with my career. And still, if you ask me today, I believe that I've done nothing except a few successful albums. But this is, compared to what I record every day, this is nothing. Without saying, I'm not saying that what I've done is bad, what I didn't release is good. What I'm saying is that there are things quite different. in my one of the very difficult moments during few interviews that I gave in my life, and some people that they ask me, what is your latest work? Or when I release an album, say, oh, I love your latest work. And to me, this latest work, it's really so old, because since then I compose another 20 or 30 like that, like new works I'm saying. Then, although I have to play the game saying thank you very much and this is the latest, this is not the latest. Because usually when you have a new album of a singer and the heavy promotion is going behind, it is really, literally the latest work. But for me, when is the latest work? I don't know. Before this conversation, I composed something, and after this conversation, I will compose something else. What is my latest? The next one, and maybe tomorrow another one. So I had to deal with all this kind of preconceived things, ideas. I like the idea of an album, or the idea of a single, or a group, or all that, because there are devices that help the business in order to promote and to sell what they call the product. And it's very, very difficult to get used to this idea the moment that you start in a completely different way. A market doesn't exist, an album doesn't exist, a single doesn't exist, just music. And the motivation to make the music is completely different, because what is the motivation to make an album today? We make a group, we make an album, we make a promotion, we make money. Clean, clear. Right? And everybody's happy. I hope. Happy. But with me, it never happened like that. Although I went through this game, but it was not my game. And again, if you ask me why I've done that, it's because I didn't have any other choice to support all the things I wanted to do. All the demands that the sound is the most demanding thing. Music is the most demanding thing. Absolutely. I mean, it's in one hand is fulfilling and fascinating, and the other thing is crush you down, because the music wants you. And especially in my case, I wanted all this incredible equipment, because I'm working in a quite electronic way. Acoustic and electronic, of course, but then you have to build all that. And if you don't have your own, then at the time to have your own studio was a big thing. Today, of course, technology allows you to have, even with one laptop, people that can do something. I mean, they call it single, or they call it production, they call it album, or whatever. Then you had to have a proper studio, big studio, which I did. And I still do everywhere in the world. I go and just build something. And I carry all the equipments with me, and I have other equipments, in London, in Paris, in Athens, I find out myself in Los Angeles, having a studio in my place, in New York, in my hotel, in Rome, I made an album in a hotel. Always have, tons and tons of things. So all that costs money. And I have to take care of those kind of things, because nobody will pay for that, except myself, and I'm proud for that. Because then I keep my independence and my dignity. That's another spin. Okay?
Right.
That's a spin.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
it was a kind of throwaway line, but it's such an important idea. I want to not quite throw it away. And when you said music makes a demand, is a demanding mistress. You didn't use that phrase, but I mean, you may say.
Well, I can say it.
Makes
Yeah.
demands.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Try to be at the level and the importance of music, and once that you realize what music means and you respect that, immediately it becomes very demanding. Music is not a joke. It's a very serious thing. Serious thing doesn't mean serious in a way, you know, serious. You can laugh, I mean, you can, but you have to be always there. You have to be ready. You have to, I mean, I spend hours and hours and hours with all this system, my system, all that I create around. It needs a lot of practice. I play hours. These fingers, they've done, you know, miles and miles every day. And it's not only that, it's the connection between my brain, my fingers, my whole body. It's, I work like an athlete. It doesn't come, you know, in that sense easy, because all that should come through the body, which is another machine, and you have to develop the technique in order to the most difficult thing to appear very easy, not to appear to others, but to be able to obtain the immediate result. And many, I mean, all the, you know, musicians, that they, especially the soloists and all that, they will understand that because they spend hours practicing. So, in one hand, of course, I'm spontaneous, in the other hand, I practice a lot. Every day in my life, night and day. I don't want to sound boring, but you know, you can't do without spending, you know, more than, I mean, 3/4 of your life in order to come to the standard, to reach, to go as close as possible to music. That's why I'm saying it's very demanding. And then, of course, the wonder of music, the vastness, the possibilities of music, the power of music. Something that is so amazing and beautiful can sometimes, you know, tire you and can drives you crazy as much as something that is not. Music works both ways. Say, oh, he says, that's so beautiful, I can't stand that beauty anymore. That happened to you to say that, no? To everybody. So when you live with something, with music, and with painting, of course, because when you are in front of something empty, there are two ways. Or you leave it empty and then you ask a lot of money for the emptiness. Yeah. Or you invade this emptiness, either with something that's worth the trouble to do it, or with nonsense. But the question is there, what you're going to do. And it's not, nobody puts you in that situation. You put yourself in that situation. Now, why you do that? That's another discussion, maybe another moment. But the thing is that it happens. So all these things are very demanding. The people, they take only the successful part, the success, the awards, the sales, the decorations and all that, and bravos, and all that is a very tiny moment, which most of the times, creates you more problems than other things. But the real struggle is what you don't see. How many times I spend sitting there and playing, and I learn every day more and more, because sometimes when I do things that I don't understand how I did it. then I have to go back and say, okay, how did this? Because most of the times I'm not there when that happens. I'm there, but I'm not there. So I have to go back, and most of the times when I listen to the music much later, in order to keep the distance and to be as objective as possible, then I realize that there are things that I don't know how they happen. That's very, I mean, to me it's fascinating sometimes. And all that has nothing to do with releasing music, with success. This is a different thing. I'm not saying that referring to how said that, to in order to value anything, to say that what I'm doing is fantastic. No, it's nothing to do with that. It's just I try to tell you how it happens and what happened.
Impossible to put into words, really.
Impossible to put into words.
That's why you have the music.
And again, when you try to to explain, sorry, scientifically, maybe it's possible to explain to a certain extent, and then you have to enter to the philosophical fields. But science, of course, in science, you can with science you can explain a lot of things. Why?
Do you find it a very lonely business then? No, forget business. I didn't mean the word business. Lonely pursuit.
Lonely. Again, loneliness is how you receive it, how you accept it. Maybe what's loneliness for you is not loneliness for me, and but it's not necessary when you are alone that you are lonely. You find out, I know many people, they say that when they are with other people they are more lonely than when they are alone. When you are with music, you're not alone. I mean, I've never been alone with music. But loneliness can come for other things. Society can create a lot of loneliness, more and more. And we have to be prepared for that, how to deal, to have little psychological devices in order to prevent or to accept the loneliness. Prevent, actually, no, prevent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think we can stop now.